Morning everyone, we'll resume the hearing of submissions on Dunedin's draft future development strategy and we'll commence proceedings this morning with a karakia.
Kia ora koutou. Whakatakata hau ki te ura, whakatakata hau ki te tonga. Ki mā kina ki uta, ki mā taratara ki tā. Ihi ake ana te atakura. He tio, he hoka, he au hei, te hei, mauri ora. Kia ora.
Thank you, Hoani. And just before we hear from our first submitter, do the officers have anything for us this morning?
Nothing from us,
No.
thank you.
Okay, and Andrew, you have a question?
Yeah, it's in relation to highly productive land, and my understanding, just chatting to Kate before the meeting, my understanding is that that work has been completed by the ORC as part of a requirement of the MPS. Highly productive land, we need to inform obviously the RPS and Land and Water Plan. So I just wondered whether we just ask the question. I may be wrong, but I understood just seeing some of the correspondence that's come through and other activity that we're involved in. So we just asked that question whether that work's been completed, and if it has, could we have a copy?
So Patricia, has the ORC completed its mapping or remapping of highly productive land as required under the MPS HPL? And if so, I imagine that would replace the stuff that was done in the 1970s under the Land Resources Inventory work that the Ministry of Works did.
I understood that that work was underway, but I didn't know that it was completed, but I can confirm that today. Thank you.
Excellent. And also just panel members, in terms of ORC technical staff who we might need to be here, particularly tomorrow afternoon when we hear back from the officers at their end of hearing report, I think we need a sort of a land drainage and rivers control representative. And any other technical expertise that the panel would like ORC to bring along? Andrew?
Can I just...
Oh, sorry, just go around this way.
No.
I would have liked to have the transportation planning here. That'd be good, thank you.
Oh, I second that. If it's public transport, yeah, we'll need them.
I was just going to raise the issue before we get to, and we may want to find a time. Tomorrow is long-term plan meetings out on the Tairi, I understand, and the flood and drainage people may well be tied up with that, so they may need to give us a time slot for availability. Yeah, they've got a morning and an afternoon session.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. That's the case also with the public transportation team, that they are going to be out on the Tairi as well for LTP meetings. So, yeah, it would be good if we could have a time that they could be available. Thank you.
Yeah, so my understanding is that we'll be hearing from the officers commencing at 1:30. So will all of the land transport staff and all of the land drainage and rivers control staff be tied up in Tairi meetings? You must have more than one person in those sections.
Yeah, I'll check that with the manager today. Thank you.
And if they all are going to be out there, maybe you could say we're commencing hearing from the officers at 1:30, and then if necessary those staff can say, okay, well, we can be available at 2:30 or 3 or whatever time they can jump out of their Tairi meetings to answer any questions we might have. So let's just keep an eye on that and see how we get on. All right, so with that, now we hear from our first submitter. It's Graham Lowe, isn't it?
Well, yes, first presenting on behalf of my partner,
Oh, sorry, Graham. So when you speak, you need to push. There's a little button at the bottom of your mic and your red light will come on. Now we can hear you. And I understand you're also speaking on behalf of Sue Martiran, is it? Who can't come in this
Yes, I'm
morning.
speaking on behalf of Sue Maturin. She sends her apologies. A non-communicable health issue means that sitting is rather difficult at the moment, and so I present on her behalf. Principal issues that she raises are the management of the coastline, both and particularly the inner harbour, from which I see from the plan is excluded from the harbour area of the planning document, and I'm not quite sure how the ORC relates to this planning exercise. I see it's an integral part of it. And many of the issues that Sue raises are to do with management of the harbour, including the inner port issues where there's very restricted public access to the port, and we see examples such as Wellington where management of the city urban shoreside is now a major recreational and public space enjoyment facility. Here in Dunedin we see the wharves falling into disrepair, being closed off from all public access, and recently suffering the indignity of the cycleway being rerouted away from what is a quiet route. Sue makes the point that amongst the many impacts that the city and the region has upon the harbour, there are recreational impacts upon the natural values. There's high natural values in all areas of the harbour, and of course it used to be a major source of primary productivity for the fishing industry. But there's some recreational impacts on the roosting sites of birds. Arawana moles are a classic example, but other beaches and unrestrained dogs do have a major impact on birds resting on coastal foreshore. She congratulates the Council on their positive stances on restricting vehicle use of beaches, which is seen as very appropriate. And that is setting the groundwork for an appropriate use of that resource. On housing, she makes several points to do with the need for green spaces, the need for urban intensification, and the provision when new subdivisions are being set out for adequate footpaths and cycleways. Unfortunately, we are seeing an increased amount of vehicles partly parking over footpaths, partly a demographic shift to we're just having. This plan talks about growth. Well, the growth in vehicle ownership in Dunedin, and my own household is an example of that, is extraordinary. Now most households have more than one vehicle, and that means that our roads are more occupied by cars for parking, and we're seeing, because of larger vehicles, more vehicles straddling the footpaths in their parking. So new subdivisions need to take that into account, and good provision for walking and cycling is needed. In my own neighbourhood, we have people with mobility scooters that are finding it difficult to use excellent quality footpaths because of parking across them. So those sort of things is one of the very difficult and big legacy issues that the council has to deal with, is just the burgeoning increase in motor vehicles, which is much greater than our increase in population. Lighting standards around buildings are important. We have some marvellous dark skies on the south coast where we live. We do have access to viewing aurora, and stray lighting is a problem, and the modern lighting that the city has installed in the streets has been very positive in that direction. In the inner city, where we have things like strip malls, they're very poorly provisioned with bicycle parking, and of course, particularly with the e-scooter arrival, it's been very notable how they can be quite a hazard for pedestrians, and similarly with cycle parking. It needs to be provided for with new commercial developments. I think that's all I want to try and say on Sue's behalf. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lowe. So the protocol is when someone like yourself comes in and speaks to someone else's submission, which is helpful. We can't ask you questions because you don't know what's in Sue's mind, and so you can't purport to answer on her behalf. But I was just wondering, have you or Sue had the opportunity to have a look at the officer's recommendation report that was issued on 22nd of March? No criticism if you haven't, but...
No, I'm afraid not.
Oh, okay. So that's available on the web page. And when you're talking to Sue, you might just want to refer her to that report, and particularly pages 17 and 18 of that report, where the officers recommend some additional wording for one of the strategic directions, number 4.2, and they've recommended additional references to marine ecosystems and marine biodiversity directly in response to Sue's submission. So she might be interested to read that. And then throughout the rest of that report, they make recommendations to us regarding some of the other issues she raises. So she might be interested to read that. So, but since we can't ask you questions about her submission, perhaps now you can move on to presenting.
Can we
anything.
ask staff a question about her submission?
Yes, you can.
Sorry,
if it's on point.
Mine's relating to page 69, and the suggestion that the map figure 23 be amended with a blue outline. But it made me realise that I'm not absolutely confident that I understand figure 23 on page 69. Yeah, and how much of the waterways and water bodies are delineated in blue? Because the inner harbour, is it the upper harbour and the estuaries on the peninsula and at Blueskin Bay have been? It's really hard to differentiate, and I'm just wondering if we can have some clarity around that at some stage. Thank you.
So just to clarify that, so staff, if you can clarify the recommended amendments to figure 23.
And what's already included, because I'm not, that question, that submission makes me wonder how much of that is included.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. And Jim, was there something for staff too?
Yeah, it's Ms. Maturin's submission. It's the staff reply on page 53. The question was, ensure streets in new subdivisions have separate car, public pedestrian, public cycle paths. And the staff response was design of new subdivisions is where that's met. My question for staff is, if a subdivision doesn't cover a significant geographical area, are we making the determination of cycle paths and roads at a scale which is not appropriate? And then in fact maybe cycle paths and roads should be, like paper roads, pre-designated as a rough area where they should be, and then the new subdivision should give effect to that, especially for cycleways. If a subdivision has only got 50, 100 houses in it and there's going to be potentially 500 houses in there in the future, the chance of getting a cycleway put in the right place is pretty close to zero. If it isn't predetermined that it should go through the path, and therefore the subdivision, that where it sits, take account of that part. So my question really back to staff is the scale correct when we do it at the level of subdivision? Cool, thanks.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lowe. So now your submission, and we've read your submission, so you don't need to reread that out to us, but probably as you did with Sue's submission, you're very welcome to highlight key points for us.
Thank you. Yes, and firstly I'd like to congratulate the Council on acquiring Forbury Park. It's a great footstep into the future, preparing us for the difficulties we're likely to face in South Dunedin and on the south coast. I'm possibly notorious to you for a submission I made quite a few years ago where I said I'm happy to pay more rates because I believe that fundamentally the quality of the city comes from the activities, the communal activities that the council conducts. And that's recently been reinforced in social engagements I've had with people from around the country, emphasising just how lucky we are in Dunedin. Current crises, we're doing quite well in access to medical, and not having the congestion of Queenstown, and not having the drunks of Queenstown, and not having the crime of the North Island. So I see this future planning exercise as really important in looking and being instructed by the legacy issues that we have that create continuing burdens upon the council. Things like the stadium, which has created the economic chaos of the forced dividends from our companies, and the crisis of what to do about our Aurora company, and the legacy issue of what to do about the South Coast foreshore. where not only do we have more storms and a small amount of sea level rise, but we've put further investment in putting that esplanade wall further into the sea, and here I see in the paper we're spending another $300,000 throwing money into the water. These are legacy issues, and I hope this future planning can be the foundation for a pathway, even though we're in the very uncertain times of the new government. Principal issues I cover in my submission are accommodating homeless, accommodating transient people, the need for green space, but combined with that, the need to intensify the number of people per hectare in our urban area, the crisis we have with the rapid technology change, the scooters is an issue, which has increased pressures that are unforeseen. I strongly advocate rating on property value rather than having fixed charges, and I'm rather disappointed with the fixed charge for the rubbish bins. Our household, we use fewer than 10 rubbish bags a year. We produce no compost, and it's a problem to have all these new rubbish bins. But anyway, that's another technological change. I was surprised to see when I went across a playing ground this morning that there was a little robot marking out the boundaries of the playing fields. So we're just seeing these rapid changes. One thing I suggest is that we look at rainwater harvesting on properties and on commercial roofs. We do have a significant problem with runoff. My property has experienced significant problems with runoff with the next door neighbour's property going down the hill because we're allowed to dispose of stormwater to our property, but it's an unstable gully. I've had to amend that, which increases the runoff from our hill and transfers it down to the sea more rapidly, but because of the problems of what we did in the past of laying streets down across a landscape that is variable, which is Sutcliffe Street amongst many streets in Dunedin, we have a huge legacy issue, and this is one way that we might be able to ameliorate it. I reiterate my support for a reduction in speed limits on the roads, and the immediate benefit for the council in that is that there's less need for maintenance on roads. The heat waves that we had 2 years ago have still not been repaired, where heavy vehicles have ripped up the tar on the Corstorphine Road, the Caversham Road. And a little personal advocacy for the Tunnel Beach to Cargill's Castle walkway, which I believe would be similar in popularity and importance to our tourism infrastructure as the Kaikoura Coastal Walkway is. Yes, and just referring to Sue's submission, I sometimes crew on the Evoe, a critical piece of infrastructure for maintaining our research and conservation of the subantarctic islands. At the moment, there's no proper facility for a vessel like the Evoe to harbour in Dunedin. And I see the recent loss of the Maya to Canterbury and other vessels that have been involved with that sort of infrastructure. So there needs to be quite a bit of discussion with the port company about the management of the foreshore, and I was appalled with the chief executive's comment that criticism of the cruise industry was not business friendly. Well, quite frankly, the cruise industry is not planet friendly, and we need to look to a future where we're not regarding the money that falls out of cruise ships as essential to our quality of life and our city. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lowe. You've raised some operational issues there which are probably outside of our purview, but I'll just see if we have any questions or clarification for you, Andrew.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Graham, when you reference the rainwater harvesting aspect to your submission, are you coming from a perspective of a stormwater detention regime, or are you coming from the perspective of an alternative source for human consumption?
From the perspective of collecting from your personal roofs and collecting from commercial roofing. Some commercial roofings are quite significant, of over a hectare in extent. And so I believe, and of course technical expertise needed there, it can take the peak off major flood events. It can alleviate some of the pressure that we have, because people like to water their gardens, but Dunedin City was not that long ago that we had to have water restrictions in Dunedin because we hadn't had the reliable rainfall. And of course, you go to the hardware store and you see how much more water things we use. The personal irrigation in gardening is quite big now, and water storage can provide water for your garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a point of clarification. You are supportive of the plan and its need to intensify, I think is what you said. You're supporting intensification for housing.
Yes, I'm supportive of intensification for housing. I mean, I'm in the privileged situation. I'm in a family house. There's just the two of us. We've got a large section. We've actually reforested our urban section. But really, there should be 3 houses at least there, and elderly couples like myself shouldn't be in a family house. We need to, and it's a really difficult demographic shift we've got to do, because most of our housing was built in an era which was family positive. And we have, as I mentioned in my submission, this huge demographic issue that the South Island in general exports children, and we certainly do in Dunedin. And then there's another demographic thing happening in my class of people, is that we're shifting to Central Otago. Personally, I don't know why. And they're building huge houses there for the two of them. I shake my head, but I see that I'm in a very privileged position, which really, we should be paying more rates, and we should be making it easier for people like me to live more frugally. Thank you.
Both of the submissions you talked to mentioned Wainarua, but I could only ask you questions about your submission. Did you have a time frame in mind for managed retreat from Wainarua?
It's obviously urgent. It's a huge headache for the council to decide how to do that, because you've got to shift a lot of people, but I certainly see Forbury Park as providing some options there for the simple one of playing fields. But if you were to look at the engineering advice, it would be rip up the esplanade, allow the coast to sort itself out. What we're doing at the moment, building further and further along, it's just going to keep on biting at the end, and we're going to keep on going along. And at $300,000 a year, that looks like a lot of money to me. That's, $3 for every ratepayer. No, it's more than that. $6 for every ratepayer.
So just thinking that we're talking 1 to 3, 3 to 10, or 10 to 30 years is where some of these projects or infrastructure needs or things are going to sit. Of those 3 options, where do you think it sits? And also thinking about the steps that would be required to achieve managed retreat?
We really need to address the property issue, and of course I believe it has to start now. We do have to acquire properties. We do have to, the legacy issue is the esplanade. Just building that 1 metre extra reclamation with the new wall has meant that since then there's been no beach at St Clair at high tide. And so it's urgent, and of course it relates to the whole South Dunedin flooding issue. I mean, I'm not an engineer, I can't say how all our sand sausages affect the water table, affect all the flows backwards and forwards underground, but it's clearly related. It's and the other thing, of course, is that at some stage, at an unpredictable time, there'll be an exceptional storm, which will really be like the east coast of the North Island, where we really will be repairing things rather than planning things. And that's what I see the opportunity of the future plan is that instead of getting overwhelmed by repairing things all the time because of bad decisions or legacy decisions that weren't bad at the time, have to be patched up, we can actually prevent extraordinary repair damage expenses. Thank you.
So just to clarify from my perspective, listening to your answer, you're suggesting it's immediate, needs to be done in the first 10 years, not in the second 20?
Roger, yes, it's an urgent and in the first 10 years.
And my last question relates to rainwater harvesting. And just have you considered alternatives such as rain gardens or other things such as worked successfully in Christchurch for retention of storm events and then slowly releasing them over time?
Yes, so they have a significant role, particularly on the flat. But on my personal property, which is in a slip gully, clearly lubricating the slip gully as evidenced by the 2013 flood next door that ran down Bedford Street in the end, we have particular problems, which I've addressed without help from the council, because the responsibility lies with the property owners of myself and my neighbours, because I had the stormwater from two of my neighbours coming into our property. So yes, I've certainly considered and that's, you'll note in my submission, that clearly buildings on piles rather than on concrete pads, which is the popular way to do buildings these days, is in accordance with that sort of consideration.
Just two quick questions. I do remember your presentation on rates, by the way. We don't get many of them. Just confirming from Councillor Noon's questions and from Commissioner Lane's questions. The harvesting of rainwater would be specifically for stormwater and for use in irrigation, but wouldn't be for potable water for drinking. Because the reason I'm asking that is that the regulator would have a particularly dim view of it for drinking.
Yes, that's as I understand it, that rainwater is not potable water.
And the next question is the Moanarua playing fields. Is that Kettle Park landfill playing fields you're specifically talking about there?
They're the ones that are immediately under threat from coastal erosion. But of course, further along, we even have the golf course that will be in the gun at some stage.
My question relates more to what's under the playing field than the playing fields themselves with the Kettle Park landfill, because the staff answer on page 119 is the need for new sports fields in the 10 to 30 year time frame. My question actually will be back to staff. Is that also the intention with Kettle Park itself, that it would be in the 10 to 30 year time frame, or would it be in the 1 to 10 year time frame? So that's actually not a question to you, but a question to staff, just clarifying that you were talking about the same place.
Okay, that's great. So B, did you get that question? Yep.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Lowe, no further questions or clarification from me, but thanks very much for coming in and answering our questions. I particularly enjoyed your response to the intensification question that was put to you, so thank you for that.
If I just may have one comment on the Moana Rua situation. The current building of protection from St Clair eastwards will accelerate the crisis of the exposure of the old dump site. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Mr. Lowe. So our next submitter is Paul Ware, Saddle Hill Community Board.
Kia ora, team.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Ware, and welcome. Thank you very much for coming in. We've read the initial submission that you put in, including the attachment to it, so you don't need to reread any of that out to us, but now you're here, you're very welcome to highlight key points for our attention, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you arising from that.
Well, I'd really, first introduce myself, Paul Ware, Chairman, Saddle Hill Community Board. What do I do for a job? Work up at Macrae's Gold Mine, surveyor, and drive machinery and stuff as well, so it's good. So I'm coming to you this time off day shift, not night shift, which I've done a few times, so hopefully it makes a bit more sense. So I've got 3 kids, they go to Fairfield School in the Saddle Hill Community Board area. 2 things, because we've only got 10 minutes, that I really wanted to bring forward was, the shared proposal of the boardwalk that you guys have seen, obviously. Sort of just punch that through again. Got 4Ks of a shared pathway that would like to develop between Wardenville and Brighton, well, Ocean View. So we've got an existing one that's coming from Green Island to Wardenville. It's probably not of the same structure as the Harbours one, but it's a metre wide gravel strip that's used quite often, and this is a common theme that comes up when we're at, especially Brighton Gala Day, is from a lot of people in Brighton who are into fitness, and one of them being my dentist is like, when is this track going to be built? When can we walk? Can we share a track? Cycling, running, prams, kids, between Wardenville and Brighton, because it's quite a good area that a lot of people like to run on the side of the road in tussocks, but not at night time, which I've seen a few people training around there. And it's good to get support from Dunedin Cycling Club. They'd like to use it as a training area as well, to share that pathway. Sorry, I'll just grab a bit of water before I cough my way through. So we're lucky enough to go and look at it with Fulton Hogan, which I'm sure you've seen in the submission, the prices, what needs to be done, extension, things like that. And would love to get that put forward and see if there's any traction within the council, Targa Regional Council, to join it up with a lot of the road cycle trails that seem to be popping up. How much time have we got? Oh, still got a bit. Next item that I wanted to bring to attention, and this is another thing that comes up every time we have public meetings or phone calls from parents, especially who live south of Green Island, some from Green Island as well, is school buses and public transport. Seems to be, well, firstly I'd like to acknowledge Julian Phillips, who's been excellent to deal with on this. He's been great, got back to us in time, helped us out with a few things, and so he's been really good. We did a presentation to Regional Council about a year and a bit ago on this subject, around school buses being too packed. Not enough of them sort of around at the end of school time. So we've had conversations with Kings, a few board of trustees, parents, Saddle Hill Community Board area, and the Department of Education. It's been interesting, I'll give it that, and a few learning curves have come out of it. But what we're still seeing is, exactly that, not enough seats for kids, or we're having to pick up our own kids and then take their friends home as well, because there's nothing. They can't get on that bus. So that's another area that we'd really like to see big improvement in, if possible. And one last thing, just so I'm not dragging it out, is McMaster Road. It seems to come up. I get phone calls a lot about this possible tar sealing of McMaster Road due to dust and on rainwater harvesting, potable water, just as I heard that discussion before. With the area becoming more popular, more subdivisions coming in, it'd be great if we push that one forward as well. Get a bit of tar seal on that road. That's pretty much me. Keeping it nice and short for this.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ware. That's good. I'll see if we have any questions for you, Kate. Start at your end.
Thank you. Interested about the public transport services improvements that you were asking. There was mention in the 1 to 10 years of 15-minute buses to Brighton at peak hours. Just checking how far further the services you were talking about down that coast, or were you not? Are you just talking to Brighton or further down when you were saying improvements?
It'd be great to get it to go to Torrey-Mouth, but really it's Brighton that we're talking about, Brighton to Green Island, and with the school buses more at their peak times, so kids aren't left behind, and we'll sort of do clean up.
So just what sort of public transport, are you talking one more bus would do it, or you just, and that's a really low level, or is it what are the opportunities with the increased population? You said there's some subdivision happening. Is there likely to be a demand for other uses, other people rather than just school children?
Definitely. With more people around, but that seems to be the noticeable times we're having problems, and being a parent of 3 kids, one that goes to Target Boys and having to pick him up and his friends quite a bit, drop them off in Brighton. It just seems to be around those times where all the kids want to jump in, and then you've got the general public using it as well. But
Thank you.
Jim, any questions?
Yeah, I got 4 actually. Seal extension policy, the council doesn't have one at the moment. It was suspended sometime around when the stadium was built, I believe. Yours is not the only request, and there are definitely streets that are changing their activities since that policy was removed. Are you interested in seeing that policy revisited and potentially re-established?
Bang on, Jim. Yep, I'd like to see it re-established, because I saw in the plan that part of Green Island Bush Road is planned to be tar sealed, which is great. I'm all for that, but chuck on McMaster Road as well would be brilliant.
Yeah, it wouldn't be just seal extension, it would be road user change causing it. Do you want to see a timetable put in the staff reply on page 134 to the shared pathway to Waldronville and Ocean View? At the moment, the submission will be passed on to staff working on the Altipoti Dunedin Pathways project. Would you be also do you want to see some sort of 1 to 10 year or the 10 to 30 year time?
I like to see it on the 1 year plan, but if we can get it in there and get things going, that's what we can ask for. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
Public transport. You mentioned schools. One of the things that's been identified inside the Transport Department of the DCC is that there is a second rush hour around the city, which is the school pick-up and drop-off. I guess my question is now to ORC staff, is there in the public transport planning, is there any consideration given to actually meeting the peak demand of the schools for pick-up and drop-off?
I think the peak demand which they use in planning covers the work when people leave work and when people are going to work. But I can find out if the school whether that includes the schools as well.
I think for future planning purposes it would be quite useful to consider that question. Thanks. And then my other question is back to our staff again and experiences on variation of the district plan and greenfield site development. One of the reasons that communities have been not popular with that decision has been carbon zero footprint, or the carbon footprint, and the lack of public transport to those communities. This is both an ORC and a DCC question then. In what way can we address the desire of these communities to grow and then also achieve our carbon footprint outcomes in terms of the provision of public transport? Because it strikes me as a circular relationship, and if we use one side of the circle to inform the other, we'll end up being just staying in the same place. Thanks.
So sorry, B, can you just read that question back to me, just so I'm clear in my head what we're asking you to do?
I think what I've got is in what way can we address the desire of some of the outlying communities to grow while also providing for public transport and allowing carbon neutrality.
And to what extent have we done that already, I guess would be the question. Thank you.
Okay, Alani?
No questions, thanks for your presentation.
Cherry?
Just a follow-on question from Jim in terms of your shared pathway, because we've had a submission from the Dunedin Tracks Trust, and they've effectively prioritised what they see as the priorities for shared pathways in Dunedin. Have you been working with them? Have you been in contact with them? Because I mean that might help you get some prioritisation and moving it forward.
Well, yeah, we've had general, but not a lot. So yeah, no, it's definitely another area I'd like to contact.
Thanks for your submission, Paul. A couple of comments first with regards to adequate provision or capacity on the passenger transport services. And you mentioned, and thank you for the compliment with regards to Julian Phillips. I understand on the 27th of February this year, passenger transport customers peaked at 14,250 something. And then on the 29th, 2 days later, they peaked again 300 more, so 14,550 odd. So that's what they're up against. And just another comment on the carbon neutrality of the buses or the public transport throughout Dunedin. The 5 various units, as those contracts come up for renewal, the contracts are specifying a requirement to have electric buses on the for the fleet, whether it's whoever the contractor is, and obviously the first phase of that is kicked in about a month or so ago on Unit 3, and Unit 5, which is the Green Island, Mosgiel, Brighton run as next cab off the rank for electric buses, which should due to come on stream, I think, around about the end of 2025. However, my question for you is in relation to the shared pathway, the existing one, which runs from Green Island to Wardrenville, that style of pathway, and you alluded to that it's relatively narrow gravel style, and clearly with the attached information from Port and Hogan, that style, providing it's safe, meets the needs of your community, if it was expanded on a similar style?
We would love a paved one with with cups of water and stuff along the way in there. But no, really we're looking at like realistic, matching in with what's there with the landscape and things like that. And I think it does. I've used the one from Wardenville to Green Island, pushing a pram with 2 of the kids, just getting some groceries, just because it was a good day, and getting outside. And a lot of people do that, I've seen. So yeah, but yeah, it would meet our needs. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Ware. No further questions of clarification from me, but B, just in terms of the staff end of hearing report, if you could, in response to the questions that have been raised by the panel, include for our consideration an additional line entry for table 22, specific to the Waldronville to Ocean View shared path. And at this stage, it appears the panel has in mind a 1 to 10 year time frame. And so if you're able to, because that would be a new line entry, just what the financial implications of that might be for the council. All right. Kate, you had something else?
There was a matter that I forgot to ask staff about, and it's a reference to Sue Matron's submission. Apologies, because we didn't ask Graham questions. I forgot to raise it. And she raised the night skies, and I'm not. It's an interesting one, and it's come up in a lot of planning issues. And I appreciate it's not necessarily future development, except for if it's not covered, then development happens and it's not considered. And I'm just wondering. I couldn't see any reference in the report about night skies. Is it? And just checking if it is covered somewhere, or how it might be covered.
So, staff, if you could just reply, is that an FDS issue or not? And if not, that's the end of it. But if it is, just where it's currently covered in the FDS. All right. Thanks very much, Mr. Ware. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, team. Keep up good work. Cheers.
All right. So... 10:30. All right, so now we're adjourned till 10:30 or thereabouts to hear our next submitters, Douglas Hall and Steve Ross. All right, thank you. We'll commence hearing of submissions on the draft FDS, and at this stage we're hearing from Anside Properties Limited, correct? So good morning and welcome. If you'd like to introduce yourself to us, and just to let you know, we've read the original submissions, so you don't need to read those out to us, but you're very welcome to highlight key points, and if you have any additional material, then we can receive that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Kurt Bowen, Patterson Pitts Partners Surveyors, representing Doug Hall and Steve Ross, Anside Properties, and Steve Ross, so together, just in one combined presentation. Doug Hall is with us, and I understand Steve Ross is on his way. He'll be here any minute, and they may choose to talk, but at this stage they're happy to let me do most of the work. You've read our submission. This is regarding the land near Townsley's Road up on the high side of Kaikorai Valley. Steve and Doug both own substantial land holdings in that area, which are generally a mixture of rural and industrial land at the moment. Small pockets really of industrial land at present, which they've both been actively looking at developing, but due to the size of those, it's relatively difficult to plan a comprehensive industrial development in the way that the zoning exists at the moment. What they've put forward in their submission is they'd like to see a larger area rezoned to, well, it'll be business zone, but industrial in their minds, and probably most of our minds, industrial would be used for industrial purposes. And that would allow them to move forward with plans to develop in a much more comprehensive and efficient way. You know, roads and infrastructure could be designed much more sensibly if we're talking about a larger piece of land than under the current land format. That's the substantial bulk of the submission really. We've had some obviously reviewed the comments back from council officers, and we interpret those as relatively supportive of having this land converted into industrial, with the caveat that there's some concerns over infrastructure, which seems to be the big issue on many of these sites around Dunedin. The difference I think here is that you've got two significant landowners who are both actively looking to develop their land to meet a need in the city, and who are potentially prepared to fund some infrastructure improvements themselves if that means the development can happen at a slightly faster pace than waiting on public infrastructure upgrades. So what we would like to see for this, the piece of land highlighted in the submission, and potentially a broader piece of land too, just to effectively tidy up the planning maps that could cross over into some DCC land and some other land to the west as well. That there would be a priority on having that rezoned into industrial at the next opportunity. I know that requires a plan change, either private or a council initiated plan change, but have that marked as a priority action, potentially with a carefully worded infrastructure control over that area, so that development can only proceed as infrastructure is resolved. On top of that, Doug and Steve would both like to see the program for infrastructure upgrades in this area accelerated beyond the 10 to 30 year timeframe that's been penciled in at this stage. So I think that's probably that really covers everything in our submission. There was some reasonably positive comments from council officers that thought there was some broad agreement. So as long as the infrastructure can be adequately managed, we'd like to think that the submission has some merits.
All right, that's very straightforward and concise, so thank you for that. Let's see if we have questions. Andrew, starting.
Thanks for your submission, Kurt, on behalf of your clients. Over the years, there's been incremental creep in and around this area of the city. Any comment in relation to, I suppose, comparing those processes as compared with this, what the intent of this process is.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is obviously a strategy document that the city and the councils are developing. My view is that the strategy document should be a high level, a high level planning document, and we should be resolving or looking to resolve areas where creep or small pockets of land are left isolated. What this submission is suggesting is that we've got a funny shaped industrial area, a sort of an hourglass figure. We've got industrial activity happening within some of the rural land that's currently zoned rural. So that's the rendering plant at the top of Boundary Road, and it would make certainly good planning sense to have that whole block of land from Kaikavalli Road to Boundary Road at the top rezoned to industrial, so that we don't get small pickpocket development. We've actually got a good sized piece of land that can be developed efficiently and provide a substantial amount of the industrial land that the city needs.
Thank you. And I'm just looking at the map, and you are right, it is kind of an odd shaped block. So just so that I'm clear on this, so what you're asking is for that, what you've identified on the map, you would like that identified as business land or industrial land in a 3 to 10 year time frame rather than a 10 to 30 year. I'm just trying to get it clear.
Yes, that's right. So there's two things. So we'd like it to be put forward as, or recognised to be, rezoned into industrial land in the shortest time frame possible. If that's 1 to 3 or 3 to 10, whichever the shortest time frame or as quickly as we think we can get it through into the industrial zone would be. And then the second thing is the infrastructure, and for that we would certainly like the program of infrastructure upgrades to be accelerated to a 3 to 5 or 3 to 10 year period, whichever again is the shortest period we have in front of us.
Thank you. And I think you mentioned earlier that you would like some wording that related to the infrastructure, something along the lines about the infrastructure issues to be resolved. Is something like that? I might not have got that correct.
No, you're quite right, and I think that's fair and necessary. I mean, the city can't support a large scale development where there are infrastructure constraints, and we know that. So we would like to see it rezoned into an industrial zone, and we would accept a condition or a control within that zone, whether it's an overlay zone or a structure plan type condition that requires either no development until such time as councils resolve the infrastructure issues, or an agreement between the developers and council has been reached to agree, because we have some reasonably the land holdings in this area are large. The potential for development is reasonably significant. It's not out of the question for the two submitters to be prepared to invest themselves into infrastructure. So we don't want to rule that out. We want to enable that to happen if that's the best way forward.
Specifically then, and I'm trying to work out our role here in the FDS as it relates to what you're requesting, because obviously what you're requesting eventually involves a plan change. And I'm conscious of the fact that anything we decide could in fact already start moving something in that direction. So in thinking of a strategic perspective rather than exactly what's in front of us, you're basically identifying that there's an area of industrial activity that's already there that has a broken up and potentially inefficient use of the land because of its status, and you would like us to note that in the future development strategy going forward, that there's an opportunity for industrial activity in this area.
Yeah. You could even be a little bit stronger than that and say that we'd like the future development strategy to say this area should be rezoned to industrial at some point in the future. Not could be, but should be. We have, 2 landowners who own that land already. Their businesses are industrial businesses. A lot of their land they own is zone rural. I'd be fair to say, Doug, that the value derived from the rural zoning is fairly low.
Yeah. It's not only a point at this present time. It's costing me. I'm dealing with Aurora to rerouting all of the power and undergrounding it all. That could be over $1 million. I've actually given the council new cycleway right through the middle of Burnside on the old railway track. I've also given them an easement to drain the sewage from Kaiko Valley to Wardenville right through the middle of the place as well. The way it's laid out right now, the power goes right through the middle of my block, and that's why I'm trying to get all the power undergrounded and around the boundary. When I developed the block below, we're asking to get it changed. All the sewage and drainage comes down the hill. And if I'm going to put in the sewage and drainage for that area when I develop it that's already industrial, I want some assurance that if I spend the extra money now, it's going to benefit the block above it. And that takes in a large portion of Steve Ross's land as well, drains down to mine. So when I'm putting in the drains and doing the development, I want it to on-flow. And it's the same with roading. At the present time, if Steve goes ahead with his, they're going to go right to the top of Townley's Road and come back down into his place. But what I'm hoping to be able to do, if I get some assurance that this will be looked at in the future, is put the road in from where the zigzag is in Townley's Road, going across and going right up and coming out on Boundary Road, so you've got a loop rather than a one-way traffic up and the same way down. I want to be able to divide it, and Steve's looking at actually bringing the road right back down to McLeod's Road. So you'll have more roading, everything won't be on one road. And there's substantial investment going in now, but before I do the drainage and that, I'd like to know that, do I put it in to better the whole area, or do I just put it in to look after the 8 hectares I've got developing now? The city's got a lot of gain out of this, because Aurora's getting all the power lines undergrounded. The city's getting a link between Kaiko Valley Road and Wardenville Pump Station, and that could alleviate a lot of the flooding in South Dunedin when a storm is on, because they can divert the water rather than going through the tunnel and flooding all of the Hillside Road area. It can be diverted to Wardenville, and that'll save all that discharge coming and meeting coming off Corstorphine and Kaiko Valley all coming into one pipe.
Following up then to Ms. Tall's commentary just then, that my question earlier on to staff about is the consenting area the right unit for when determining roads and cycleways. I think this would be maybe a good example to comment on specifically in terms of it basically gives 2 different roading structures depending on how you apply the level of analysis as to where you do your roading patterns. My other question is actually to probably you, Mr. Hall. Whereabouts in the main trunk line actually runs quite to the bottom of, to the east of your area proposed, and then State Highway 1 is right next to that. How many other places in the city are you aware of where State Highway 1 and the main trunk line are close to each other around an industrial activity?
Very, very few. And with the potential at my place, as I said, there's a large area. If I take in the bottom flat, there's 3 hectares there. And the only link between my place and the main trunk railway line is the block that the city have got for park and ride.
Great, thank you.
I just want to get my head around this. The area that you've, in the submission, there's a suggestion of including some other DCC land and some other people's land, And I just want to check that that is all of the land that is below Boundary Road.
No, the land that I would be putting forward is just below, south of Boundary Road. I mean, you could consider taking it further. There's the is that the water treatment pond there, whether that's better located in an industrial zone rather than rural zone. But the thinking was that the sensible place to take the industrial zone boundary would be along Boundary Road.
Sorry, and then if I look at the map, were you suggesting any of the land to the south, above there's hills, south of the Ross land?
All of the land.
That's Steve Ross.
All of the land in that sort of pinky shading is already industrial zone, so we're not suggesting that that's pushed any further south. That all of the land we're saying should be brought into the industrial zone is that bite to the already sits north of that southern line. Does that make sense? Where the
sorry, yeah, I understand the orange shading. I understand the pink shading. You've given some streets, and I just couldn't quite work it out. If I went above Neils Road and up, there's a hill slope rural with the industrial transition that's just to the south of the Ross hashed orange hash, and I wasn't sure if you were including that.
I haven't shown an inclusion over the industrial, the transition zones, assuming that they would just become transitioned into industrial, hopefully in the relatively short term. The three pieces I was really referring to that could be considered were the DCC land at the northern end of the orange piece, between the orange piece and Boundary Road. That's the first one. The second one is the DCC land on the eastern side of Townsley's Road, which is east of the orange, where we've got the water tanks you can see in the picture. And then the third piece was on the western side, where I've got the label Hill Slopes Rural Zone, sort of to the north of that blue triangle in the west of the orange dogleg piece.
Is it a square site or?
It's a fairly rectangular site.
Thank you. Now answered the question. I wasn't sure what then.
The next, just to add, the next zone over on the next parcel to the west is recreation zone. So we'd be taking the industrial zone up to the edge of the recreation zone.
Okay, and so on page 80, this is covered off in the new business land, I think, as potential. That's, and I'm.
Yes. So page 80, I'll check on that, but it is accepted this as potential industrial zone, and we just want that maybe discussed a little bit stronger than that this is very good land for industrial use. So there's that side of the equation, and then there's the infrastructure side of the equation, which is 30 years is a long time to wait to be able to develop industrial land.
And last question is about Enside's land, and when you look at it, it's got a large water feature on it. How much of that land is developable currently? It's already industrial zoned, but in reality, because of the constraints of that water feature, how much of that is developable?
Yeah, well, the water feature is not required for any purpose anymore. It was there to service historical activity on the land. Doug's intention, one possibility is that would be drained and that land could then be used. Alternatively, it may be a useful stormwater detention pond if that proved to be of more benefit to help with infrastructure. So there's some options with that pond.
The ORC a few years ago made us, well, before I purchased it, made us reduce the height for earthquake risks and flooding if it collapsed, so it'd be better filled in to.
So, Mr. Bowen, my questions to you are more to give you some homework to do. So this issue that you brought to our attention is already addressed in the FDS to a greater or lesser degree, as clear from the questions of the panel to you. So I'd like you to look at, have you got your pen ready? To look at figure 29 of the draft FDS, section 6.7.2 of the draft FDS, section 6.6.1, and table 5.3, particularly the line entries on page 87, and to come back with us by the end of today, if possible, with the precise amendments that you're seeking. So precise wording changes, or precise changes to the map that's currently on figure 29, or any other figure in the draft FDS that you think is associated with the request of the submitters that you're representing. And then that'll let us see exactly what you're asking us to do, and that would greatly help our deliberations. So if you're able to do that by the end of today would be great. We'd appreciate that.
I can do that. It might be after 5, but it'll be by the end of the day. Did you say page 87, table 5.3, including line entries on 87?
In particular on page 87.
87, yeah. Okay.
But have a look at the rest of that table, see whether any of it's relevant to the issues you've brought to our attention.
Yep, I can certainly do that, yeah.
And why I'm asking for the end of the day is the staff are going to be doing an end of hearing report to us tomorrow afternoon, so obviously it'd be useful for them to see that precise wording so they can decide whether or not they agree with it in terms of what they might recommend to us.
Sure, no, that's fine. And where is the best email address to get that through to?
I'll email you.
Okay, perfect.
And I'll copy in the staff, so if I don't see it after 5, the staff will have it as well.
Perfect, thank you. I can do that.
So that'll be helpful. Now, my second question is, given everything that you've addressed to us this morning and the questions that have been put to you, what's the probability of this land being developed for industrial purposes in the next 1 to 3 years?
That's probably a question for Doug.
Well, it's taken me 2.5 years so far to get people to the table to talk, and I'm still waiting for council agreement, which was meant to be done in August 22, which hasn't been done. I'm still waiting on Aurora to get the power out of it, and in the next 2 to 3 years, probably not, because there's the 8 hectares around the pond area that I'll be developing first, but I want to know if it's worthwhile putting in the services to service the block above it, because it's not only my place, it's a portion of Steve Ross's as well. And with the roading infrastructure is the main thing for access.
Okay, so just to clarify in my mind, what you're saying to us is even if we were minded to make the sort of amendments to the FDS that have been discussed, particularly by Mr. Bowen, we're probably looking at not the 1 to 3 year time frame, but maybe a 3 year onwards type time frame for actual development on the ground.
We have some assurance.
Well, I think the answer is that development. It's very difficult to actually start implementing a development within several years, given the consenting and the engineering design and the processes that need to happen before that. But you can't even start those processes until we've got an assurance that the land is in the process of being rezoned. So, I mean, even if from this point forward, if it was rezoned later this year to industrial, and if the infrastructure problems were addressed or resolved either by way of public works or a partnership between council and the landowners, say within a year of that'll take us through to the end of 25. Doug by that stage would have consents, or could have consents and approved plans in place for industrial development. That process would take at least 18 months of earthworks and construction and roading to prepare the sites for industrial use. That takes us to the middle of 27, I think, if my maths is right. And then you've then got to build, plants and buildings for those industrial activities. So even if everything fell into place as quickly as it possibly could, we're probably looking at 28, 29 before we're using that land for industrial purposes.
Yeah.
Now, if it was industrial now, we would save a couple of years on that process. but it's still a long time to go from ready to go land to actual industrial use, Steve. And so I think it's a matter of understanding that whole time frame. Yeah.
No, look, certainly understand that, and that's what I was thinking. It was always what I'm interested in doing, though, is just having my own thoughts confirmed by the submitter, and thank you, you've done that for me, so that's helpful. All right, so unless any of your party wishes to add anything else at this stage.
No, we're good, thanks.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much for coming in, and we do understand the issue you brought to our attention. Sorry, what?
My question was actually for staff on this one because of the stormwater issues of that site. Well, it's not an opportunity probably of that site, and we've got, I think, stormwater issues with intensification in Kaikrai, and whether that site provides any opportunities with DCC, and you know, I'm hoping that people are talking to each other on this. Really, is where I'm going with that.
Sorry, Kate, so I'm not hearing the question.
Well, the question is for staff: have they factored in the loss of the stormwater potentially from here as a in their figures on the Kaikrai area, or is it an opportunity for intensification in Kaikrai if this were used as a stormwater asset? So they've got stormwater capacity issues. Constraints in the table 5.3. I'm not quite sure if storage is one of them or not. I can't quite understand it when they talk about constraints. So 5.3 talks about some stormwater issues, and I just thought it would be helpful to understand whether that's considered an opportunity or a risk for the numbers. If that's taken out, which we've heard may be taken out, whether that could potentially have an effect on the other stormwater constraints in the area.
Okay, I'm not sure if I've got that in my mind, but B, do you understand the question?
Is it essentially you're asking, is stormwater storage a constraint in the Kaikrai area, and also how would development of this site affect stormwater one way or another?
Is it a constraint or an opportunity? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, glad you've captured that. We'll see what the response is tomorrow afternoon. All right, so thank you, gentlemen. And the next submitter on our list is Andrew Robinson. So, Mr. Robinson, good afternoon. Oh, good afternoon, what am I saying? Good morning and welcome. Thanks very much for coming in. We've read the initial submission that you lodged, so you don't need to reread that out to us, but you're very welcome to speak to that and highlight key points you'd like us to bear in mind going forward.
Good morning. Andrew Robinson. I'm here in my own capacity. I do work for Patterson Pitts, and I've got Kurt here to make sure I behave myself. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm fairly passionate about public transport, both as a user and as a provider. I feel it's really important that the public transport network be expanded in conjunction with expansion and urban development. It always seems strange that the Wingatui bus service was withdrawn at the time. There was a huge amount of development happening on Wingatui Road and Gladstone Road North. And I feel that just like any other piece of infrastructure, transport should be developed so that public transport is an option as soon as the area is inhabited. Yep. Okay, and wastewater. I realise it's a major issue for the city. It's a really big ticket item. In Dunedin, isn't unique in that respect. A number of cities have very old infrastructure and pressure for infill development, and other councils around the world have been working on this, trying to work out how they can get more out of their existing infrastructure. One of the more successful examples was in Melbourne. They had a very large area of quite a frail network, and they couldn't afford to replace it. And replacing it creates huge disruption and pollution, as well as cost. And so they came up with a wastewater detention system. Storage tanks. It puts it into the network at times of very low flow, and so it means that the existing capacity is more efficiently used. It's got a very sophisticated control system, and it's been very successful. Wellington have adopted the system. I've checked in with them, and apart from a couple of niggly things, a little bit of gravel that's upset the occasional pump, everything's worked really well for them. It's been a solution that's worked well for the council, it's worked well for the client. It's meant that residential capacity has been able to be developed in areas that need it. It seems to be planners seem to have discretion on the matter in the 2GP. However, it hasn't found favour, and we've certainly got a number of clients who are frustrated. They want to do really good developments in areas of high demand, and they're frustrated by this wastewater network. At the moment, there's none of these systems in Dunedin. There's been a bit of commentary that this has been tried and failed. That's not the case with the system that we're promoting. It seems a great solution to buy more time as far as councils redevelopment of existing infrastructure and to address some really strong social needs. Another issue that I'm often encountering is people trying to develop sites in accordance with the density that can be anticipated for the zone. And they're running up against natural hazards. Some of them are mapped. Quite a few of them aren't mapped, and finding this a couple of times a week where developments are being frustrated. And so it sort of leads me to wonder whether the residential capacity that it's stated that the city has is possibly overstated. It's a little bit too optimistic, given the what we're seeing on the ground. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. I'll see if we have questions for you. Kate, we'll start with your end of the table.
Thank you. Just your suggestion about Wingatui, is that the only area that you would like to see it added, transport network, or re-added, as it used to be, or the other areas?
Probably Ravensbourne Hill, that they have an investment capital service for, which was drawn. Sorry. And Wingatui was the most alarming example for me. But anywhere where major growth is anticipated, I'd like to see public transport expanded accordingly.
Thank you.
I'm fine, thank you.
Thanks very much. No questions.
And no questions of clarification either from me, Mr. Robinson, so it appears we do understand what you're asking us to consider, so we don't need to clarify any matters with you, so you should take that as a compliment rather than a criticism. So thank you very much for coming in this morning, and we do appreciate the time you've taken, and wish you well. So with that, we're adjourned until 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, where we hear from Emma Peters on a number of matters, and also Ben Farrell and Karen Anderson to round the day off. So, Mr. Southwood, apologies for that. These little glitches happen from time to time, but we're very happy to hear from you now, and we have read the original submission that you put in on behalf of the Aroha Kaikorai Valley Trust, which we read. You don't need to read that out to us, but you're very welcome to speak to that and highlight your key points for us. And you're very welcome to take more than 3 minutes as well.
Good morning, everyone. Paul Southworth from Araha Kaikorai Valley Trust. We're a community trust, a registered charity, and we're in the business of bringing businesses, community groups, schools together to enhance the environment in the Kaikorai Valley area. And the reason I wanted to turn up today and to just make a quick submission is to say that on page 19, with protecting and enhancing biodiversity, green and blue networks, that we support you and we applaud you that this page is in this document. We're here and we're ready to help, so we want to be part of it. Our group is small. We've been going for about 18 months now, and it's grown each month. And the best thing about it is that those community ties are really coming together. So a lot of people in that area are starting to meet each other. We're running a massive trapping project at the moment, and you're just seeing all these little threads being built. By the time this gets into action, we'll be a really good force in that valley, and we want to help, and we would ask for funding to be part of that as well at the time. And so just want to say we're here and we're ready and we're good to go. That's me.
That's very concise and helpful. See if we have any questions for you, Andrew.
Very clear.
Do you? No? Wani?
No, good, thanks.
Jim?
Very concise. I suggest you come to the LTP hearings when you come through as well.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, Kate, any questions? No. Right. Great. Thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Everyone will resume the hearing of submissions on Dunedin's draft FDS. And this afternoon we're scheduled to hear from Emma Peters representing a number of submitters, Meets New Zealand, Ross and Stephanie Roy. Emma, are you doing Gladstone Family Trust or is that just Mr Page now?
So I will be here, but Mr Page is coming along obviously as well. I think he contacted Jenny.
Okay.
Some supplementary stuff as well.
And then Cole Bennett's and then Peter Doherty, Outram Developments Limited. We're then hearing from Ben Farrell representing the VIND submitters, VIND. Then Karen Anderson is appearing on Zoom, and a late addition, Joan Round Turner, who was scheduled to speak yesterday but didn't come, so she's going to speak at the end of today. She's the name withheld submitter. So there we go. All right, so Ms Peters, you know the drill. You've appeared before us twice before, so I don't need to repeat any of my introductory instructions to you, but welcome. And are you happy just to proceed in that order that's on the hearing schedule? All right,
yes,
over
that's
to you.
Fine. Thank you. So the first one is Meet of New Zealand Limited, and that one and Ross and Stephanie Roy are both obviously have submission sites seeking inclusion in the FDS as future greenfield residential land. So obviously primary things about Allington again is that it's situated between or adjacent to major transportation infrastructure, being the state highway network and the main trunk line, railway line, and also its proximity to the airport. Just following on from discussions yesterday, it was the future development strategy at 693 that states at this stage we have not identified any upgrades required to water supply or stormwater to support expected growth. So to me that statement seems to infer that there's sufficient capacity within the existing Three Waters infrastructure for any plan-enabled growth coming out of Variation 2, which, as we discussed yesterday, the only growth in Allington is the intensification rules, because it is on a reticulated wastewater network. So the Meets of New Zealand site, the location for that is at Appendix 1C of the evidence in Figure 1 of the submission. There's no kind of flooding risk associated with this particular site, so that's outlaid in the evidence, and I think the GHD report that I've discussed in the evidence in Figures 2A, 2B and 2C in paragraph, I think it's 34 demonstrate that. I suppose it's worthy noting that some of Allington has a flood, so this is the existing urban zone, it has a flood hazard risk of 1, and that both Mosgiel north and south of Gladstone Road, north of Gladstone Road, north and south, have a flood hazard 3 overlay. The soil orientation and topography of the site provide for some elevated homes, and then there would be slightly larger sections in some areas of the site that are have a little bit more slope on them, and then there's also opportunities for biodiversity gain and recreation with the gullies that kind of feeding down towards the state highway. There's also been adjacent to the state highway, there's potential for a slip lane into the site from State Highway 1. Obviously that would all be subject to design and approval by Waka Kotahi. And Meets of New Zealand was sort of keen to point out that because they own this land and land on the other side, there's also the potential for an underpass and cycle connections to East Torrey and Mosgiel. So there's the potential to there is an existing culvert that's used for the movement of stock, and whether that would be ultimately sufficient, it may need something a bit more, but you could get out onto quieter roads other than the state highway by having an underpass and then out through to do that connection. Interestingly enough, for this particular site where the red hatching is showing, which is the Variation 2 appeal site, previous Three Waters infrastructure assessments by council have stated that there was potentially capacity for a wastewater connection for the houses in that area. This particular site would obviously support the rural centre, which is sought through the DDS properties submission that we went through yesterday. And again, so it brings into play those the balancing of those objectives, strategic kind of objectives and policies in the district plan in terms of the compact city versus the rural centres and providing for their growth and resilience. And just a wee note that, for example, policy 243X has mechanisms in it to provide for new centres, particularly in terms of structure plans and rules that's attached to that structure plan. This is LUC3 land, but as we discussed yesterday, basically all land on the Taieri is LUC 1, 2 or 3. And I think I noted yesterday that there was approximately 3,000 hectares of LUC 1 land on the Taieri Plain, and this is LUC 3. Both this site and the next one that we're going to talk about, the Roy's sites, both those landowners are farmers, and this is their poor quality land from a farming perspective. So it's not the land that does very well from a farming perspective, for various reasons. Within the Meets New Zealand site on the steeper kind of slopes, there's the ability to, again, Meets New Zealand would like to see that land used for biodiversity gain and also recreation opportunities for the Allenton community. As I've just canvassed previously, the infrastructure constraints in terms of the main one would be wastewater. The inclusion of the site within the FDS allows the landowner to actually begin the process of investigating those constraints along with council, and also coming up with potentially in some areas of the site with alternative solutions, alternative funding mechanisms. Another point that was raised in the report was about the summer constraint on potable water supply. Currently there's this is serviced by rainwater, and that kind of arrangement can continue. It's used around New Zealand in lots of different areas until such time, obviously, as the potable water supply is provided. And I think that's about all that I want to say for that particular site.
All right, so just clarify for me, so was that just Meets New Zealand, or was that the Ross and Stephanie?
No, that's Meets New Zealand, but some of the points are applicable to both.
So we'll see if we have any questions in relation to Meets New Zealand. Andrew? No? Jerry? Nope. Wani?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Nope. Okay.
Very simple question, relates to all of them, is are you aware of the ability for any of these households to cater for their water this year, which has been relatively dry?
So I haven't asked that question in terms of the wider community, but I understand that most people cater through water, and if they run out, they're just they're paying for a tanker to supply water to them, which you can't charge for the water, but you can charge for the carting.
That's it? Yep.
That
Okay.
doesn't actually answer the question, but that's fine. I just wanted to know.
Okay. So,
how realistic it is.
all right, well, no further questions or clarification from me, so thank you very much for that. So now we move on to Ross and Stephanie Roy.
Allington, and the location of the site is in Appendix 1B of the evidence and Figure 1 of the submission. Mm-hmm. This is also another site that's outside of a flood hazard, and that's set out in the paragraphs 32 to 34 of the evidence and Figures 1 and 2A to 2C. So providing, I think the important thing about that is providing a good hazard-free in terms of flood for on the Tairi, for living on the Tairi. Again, it is LUC3, all the gentle sloping land around Ellington is LUC3. But it is these are another set of farmers, and it is their poorer quality land from a farming perspective. So there's been, particularly one of the larger blocks, has had trees on it in the past and doesn't have very good pasture. A lot of weed content. And then there's some also included in this as an adjoining property, a neighbour's property, which used to be the old school, Ellington School. There is, so as noted in the recommendation report, there's an area of instability, and that's noted in paragraph 35 and figure 3 of the evidence. So it would require, if it's included in the FDS, obviously, before moving on down to a future plan change for rezoning, there would need to be further geotechnical investigations done of that area, and to find out exactly what it entails and if it's suitable for development or not. There are some steeper areas within this site, and again, any areas of instability or steeper areas that aren't suitable for development provide opportunities for biodiversity gain. And on that point, I'd just note that the Tairi Plain as a whole is has less than 10% of its original cover, and is an ecologically, can't remember, threatened, I think it is, threatened district. So any biodiversity gain that we can claw back, even if it's as an exchange for a few houses, is definitely good. And again, this one here is would also provide additional housing capacity to support the rural centre proposed by DDS Properties 2008 Limited. I think that's all that I wanted to say about that one.
All right, thank you. Okay, any questions on that one?
So, if given yesterday's submissions, today's on both these sites, just looking at an aerial photo, I think, and I don't know how many sites you haven't given us, how many houses you think may be in there, but it would look like Ellington would triple, I think, in size potentially if all of these were done. And I just want to understand what you think a reasonable demand for in the next 30 years would be for a number of houses, where that would drive any development in Ellington, let alone tripling in size.
So again, I think it's that thing of that if things are included in the FDS, it's not automatic that it's going to go down through into a district plan change and in rezoning, and obviously council's the gatekeeper of the district plan changes. So you know, there's going to be different issues for each of the sites in terms of how quickly they can progress down through to a district plan change, if at all. Secondly, there was quite a bit of evidence given for variation 2, in particular for I think it was DDS Properties Limited, from a real estate agent, that just talking about the demand and that they experience at the coalface for people seeking properties within Ellington. And again, it's another one that there's not a lot that comes up on the market there. There's not a lot available for a whole range of reasons, or what is available doesn't necessarily suit what people are doing. I know that for all three submitters, they're long time, 2 of them obviously live at Ellington, and the other one's a long time Tairi resident, and they see it as a lower price point and an alternative to the more expensive housing that would be available. And there would be a willingness to work together to make sure that that the market's not flooded as such. And I think, again, there would be some things like probably the Meats of New Zealand and the Roy sites are probably more reliant maybe on the council wastewater network than DDS has already undertaken those preliminary investigations, as I discussed, about servicing wastewater within site, and then vesting that infrastructure to council. So so I think there's definitely different solutions for the different sites that would also potentially mean that they're not all coming through the processes at the same time.
Thank you, Emma. You just jogged my memory when you mentioned about the school, the old Allington school site, and I can remember, I think it was Pat Cummings who had a proposal for that site, and I was just wondering, what is the old school site land currently zoned? Is it zoned as rural?
Yes, I'm sure my colleagues and DCC staff will be able to help, but I'm pretty sure that was still zoned rural. Yeah, right down that whole strip, and that's why it's included in this. Yeah.
All right, no further questions from me. I see Mr. Page isn't here. Shall we move on to Cole Bennett? Thanks.
Sorry. So this is a site that's located within Dunedin city boundaries, and it's shown at figure 1 of the submission. So it involves 23 Threatlaw Place, which is a variation to appeal site, and the adjoining land at 118 Brockville Road. So currently these two properties are an isolated rural zoned pocket of land within urban zoning. This submission site scores very well in terms of criteria in the policy 2621 and also of the district plan, and also policy 2 of the FDS, and that's been noted by the reporting officer. There is currently a wastewater constraint in Kaikoura Valley, but that's anticipated to be resolved within the 10-year period. And this particular site has no NPS HPL issues. So this site actually represents a really good opportunity for further greenfield development in the inner suburb catchment. And at paragraph 21 of my evidence, I've gone into what the HCA states at page 40 about there being only just sufficient capacity in the medium term in the inner suburbs, and that's based on the high medium growth scenario, and that there's also very few greenfield sites available in the inner suburbs, which is instead largely dependent on intensification. So as you recall, yesterday we had quite a discussion about intensification, the reliance of the HCA on intensification, issues with that, and also the intensification is only one type of housing. So this particular site, there's not many constraints in terms of the land itself for development. So there's been a geotech assessment in terms of the 223 Threatlaw Place. Obviously there's some steeper slopes within 118 that would require a geotech investigation if it was to proceed forward. But obviously slopes that are unsuitable for development provide opportunity for biodiversity gain and also further pedestrian linkage through this area, which tying in with the various reserves. And as is noted in the the recommendation report, there is the ability, if both sites are included in the FDS and eventually get down through to a plan change, there's the ability for gravity-fed wastewater connection, and the Flint report included in the evidence just as further backing that up. So to my mind, this is one that should definitely be included in the FTS. It's within timeframes. It's in a suburb catchment that requires additional capacity, housing capacity. And again, as we've traversed in yesterday's discussions, the NPS UD selects, when it says at least sufficient development capacity, that's a minimum standard, it's not a cap. So you need to meet that and some.
Oh, sorry, should we take... Sorry, I thought you were going to add something there. Right, Andrew, any questions on this submission?
Thank you. Thanks, Emma. Under the Fluent Solutions page, second last page, I think it is, third last page, where it refers to the pros and cons. Page 5 of 10, sorry. And the third bullet point, and it just refers to the willingness for the landowner to consider to work in collaboration in terms of resolving some wastewater issues and that. Is that the only impediment in the view of that landowner? In that
in terms of development being the wastewater constraint?
Yes, from their perspective, is that the only impediment in their view?
Yes, so there is definitely a wastewater constraint in Kaikoura Valley, and but that is going through the process of being resolved and is expected to be resolved within 10 years. There is some local, so it's not a local, it's down further, so there's capacity within the local network, and there is obviously once that constraint in Kaikoura Valley is taken care of, that then allows all the intensification that is above this site to happen, and so the landowner at 23 Street Law Place in particular, because they're the one that has the main stormwater channel that collects the whole catchment above, have looked at both those issues in terms of being efficient and utilising future infrastructure, particularly with wastewater, and making sure that that can be really well used.
Sure. Alrighty.
It follows on from Councillor Noon's question. The submission talked about wastewater but didn't talk about the other three waters, stormwater and drinking water supply. Is the means for that to be dealt with not a capacity issue for this site?
Yeah, so there's no constraints with the potable water supply. That's okay. And then with the stormwater, in relation, so in another process, variation to appeal for 23 Select Law Place, there's currently some modelling being undertaken by the DCC to show what the, I think it's a 200-year event would do in terms of flood levels of Fraser's Creek and where that will come to, and then that will allow some preliminary design in terms of stormwater, because the stormwater detention obviously would go up the bottom of the slopes before the creek, and also there's the landowners were wanting to also include, so not just stormwater detention but also mechanisms, so planting and that kind of thing to help with the suspended solids and that kind of thing in stormwater. So that work's currently underway, and if it's included in the FDS, then obviously that would also need to be taken care of before it could proceed to a plan change.
I'm good, thanks.
Jim?
Ms. Peters, the 23 Street Law Place is the one that's owned by Cole Peters, and 118 Rockville Road was his neighbours. Have they changed their relationship since variation 2?
change their way that they are.
Specifically, actually, the sewage, because my recollection was that 23 Street Road was too low to connect to the sewer system in that area and had to find a lower gradient point to go in without pumps, and that one was an easement across 118 Brockville Road, at which that point they were not willing to offer. So have they changed?
So they haven't changed at this point. There's two ways that can be done by gravity feeding well, actually there's three ways for gravity feed. So two of them involve going across 118, and another one is quite long and complicated and would be expensive to get down through various reserve areas. Yeah, but could be done if there was no other way. So the neighbour at 118 hasn't changed at this stage their position in terms of an easement. Yeah.
So are the owners of 118 wanting the FDS to change the status of their property?
Not the current owner, but as you recall, there's a couple of people there. Yeah.
Okay, so basically, though, as the current owner of 118 Brockville Road doesn't want a sewer easement that goes through their property, and we need to be aware of the fact then presumably that in fact they haven't come to the FDS to have the zoning changed around their property.
Yep, you can be aware of that. Bearing in mind though that we've got a Kaikoura Valley constraint that is at least 10 years long, so within 10 years we're expected to deal with a Kaikoura Valley constraint, and so if you're connecting to the sewer, however you're connecting to the sewer, it can't happen until that constraint has lifted. So it would be sitting within the FDS for at least that period of time, and then solutions would need to be found if 118 was the current owner it was still the owner at that point.
And of course that would be one full FDS and two interim FDS cycles as well if it was 10 years. Correct?
Yeah, but this is a discussion yesterday that I think that we need to be more ambitious with where we're going, because owners change, and there is the opportunity now, it's before you, to include this site. It's a site that actually takes care of, or has the potential to take care of, some of your housing capacity shortfalls that may occur if intensification doesn't happen to the extent anticipated by the HCA, and it's also one of the few sites available for future greenfield development within the city bounds, within the inner city, inner suburbs.
Just wondering though if our ambition should include properties that don't even know that they're actually being included.
In other parts of New Zealand, there's properties included in FDS and district plan changes against that don't have, the landowners have input into it, but they're short of capacity, and that happens all the time. So if it makes sense in terms of the policy criteria, which is ultimately our criteria for a potential rezone down the track, which this one does, then I think that's sufficient, because you're not actually rezoning the land at this stage. Different when you're going to rezone the land, you're just indicating as a council that this is a potential area that's suitable for future development.
Thank you.
I almost asked this question yesterday, and I perhaps should have. Are all of the people that you're representing, all the land that you've represented this week, have you got the approval of all the landowners bar 118, or is that you're just normally acting for one party in that group?
No, this is the only one. So the other one that has a lot of landowners in is the one at Holly Trust, and so the land involved between the Holly Trust property and the Mosgiel Urban Edge is the land that was involved in an out-of-scope, Variation 2 out-of-scope matter. So that's the same land that's carried through there, plus there's two other little adjoining properties on the other side that are part of that. That's my understanding from my client, yeah.
Now, in your evidence statement, you say the total area of the site's 4.3 hectares. What's the capacity yield?
So in terms of, these would be larger sites, particularly on 23 Streetlaw Place. So 23 Streetlaw Place has, there's been a couple of plans that have been played around with, and they are in the vicinity of about 17 sections at the most. And then you could extrapolate that out likely onto the other land in terms of its capacity, because it's a similar contour, but until you kind of looked at those steeper slopes and had the geotech investigations, you're not going to know exactly what that capacity would be.
Right, so it'd be roughly less than 40?
Yes, I'd need to do the calculation, sorry I haven't done those. The general rule of thumb is you take the total area, take off 30% for your access and whatever else, and then divide that by whatever density that you're going for, and usually where there's a slope you're a higher density around, higher site size, so you wouldn't be expecting to get too many around the 400, although you might on some of the flatter areas of the site. They're probably more likely to be the 7 to 750, and that's simply to allow for building sites and access into those building sites.
Yep. All right, thank you. No further questions on that one. So I see Mr. Page has arrived. So is your preference to do Peter Doherty at Outram Developments now, or to move to the Gladstone Family Trust? What's your preference?
I'd prefer to move to Gladstone Family Trust and then finish off with Peter Doherty and Co.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Imperial's counsel for Gladstone Family Trust this afternoon. Late this morning, I circulated a... Thanks, Andrew. Late this morning, I circulated some supplementary submissions responding to the reply submissions that Mr. Garbutt filed for the Dunedin City Council. I thought it best that you have a record of that rather than me just do that orally. So that's the purpose of that. I'm not going to read all the submissions that have been lodged. I want to hit some high-level themes and deal with the reply, and that is probably about all we have time for. The area of land was set out that we're dealing with is the west-facing slopes of Saddle Hill above Mosgiel, between the State Highway and Friends Hill Road. Part of that area is a variation 2 appeal site, and that appeal is ongoing, and that's recorded in the officer's recommendation. But for the most part, the majority of the area is not. The legal issues that I want to address is in relation to what an FDS is for, and the central theme of that is that this is a top-down approach. We need to keep in mind where the FDS process sits in the planning framework. what the FDS is designed to do is to enable the councils to signal where urban expansion may be appropriate to achieve well-functioning urban environments. That's policy 1 of the NPSUD. And then, having done that, the secondary function is to allow planning for where infrastructure may be required to address those urban environments. So that's the second part of that. The point of mentioning that is to suggest that the Gladstone Family Trust submission area of land is not appropriate because it doesn't have infrastructure that currently serves it is putting the cart before the horse. That's not what this process is for. I can't think of anywhere in Dunedin that has current rural zoning but has urban infrastructure available to it. That's not how infrastructure rollout has been managed in this city in my 30 years of practicing here. So this is about planning. Inevitably, we're planning for where new infrastructure should go. So Gladstone Family Trust accepts that there are current infrastructure constraints with serving the site, but it does maintain that that is resolvable, and so it's not the question about how that question is infrastructure constraint is to be resolved is not for you to solve. It's for the next step in the process. The council, through its implementation plan, its LTP, and any plan changes that might arise from that. So in some ways it's a little like the submissions I made yesterday. Your task is to identify areas that are suitable for urban development in a high-level planning sense. You're not there to second guess how infrastructure constraints that might currently exist might be resolved in the future. That's for another process. Now, the other thing that I would say about where this process sits in the planning framework is if we look at the NPS urban development, at clause 3.14, it sets out what the FDSs are to be informed by. And there's a whole list from A to G of the things that inform the formulation of an FDS. What is not amongst those things that inform an FDS is what the current district plan says. Because remember that the FDS is there as a high-level strategy document to inform future changes to a district plan. So it makes no sense to evaluate a site by relative to the existing policy framework that's in the plan when what we're contemplating is how the plan might be changed in the future. So when you look at the office's recommendation in relation to the Gladstone submission, what it says is that this is the site's been evaluated through the 2GP appeal process. Well, that's true, but of course the 2GP appeal process has to measure appeal sites against the strategic planning framework in Chapter 2 of the 2GP. That's not your job. This is a much higher level process than deciding now what changes to the district plan should be made against its strategic policy framework. All you need to be thinking about is what is meant by a well-functioning urban environment under Policy 1 in the NPSUD. That's your touchstone to be satisfied about would this land, if it is identified for future urban development, would it contribute to that well-functioning urban environment as Policy 1 describes it to be. So my submission is you shouldn't be distracted by the fact that that part of the land is an appeal site, that the council has opposed rezoning into the 2GP currently. Your function sits at a much higher level than that. It asks where should future urban environments be, not how does the existing district plan work. Now the second point I want to make about Policy 1 of the NPSUD is its insistence that there must be variety. Now, why is that relevant to you? Well, when you read the urban capacity, the 2023 report, where's it gone? Here we are. The housing capacity assessment update that supports the FDS, what it does is accept that there is in the outer suburbs the assessed capacity and the assessed demand are virtually the same, which leaves very little wriggle room in terms of the underlying assumptions about the uptake of densification in the outer suburb supply. It's on page 40 of that document if you want to see it. But what the reporting officers go on to say at page 41, and I'll just read it to you, it's 3 lines. While the development capacity in the outer suburbs is also only marginally higher than demand under a high-medium growth scenario, some of the capacity in surrounding Mosgiel would be likely to be suitable to meet the outer suburb demand. Now what we want to say, and I've said in my original written submissions about that, is that under Policy 1 of the NPSUD, and I'll read it to you so we get the words exactly right. It says, planning decisions contribute to well-functioning urban environments, which are urban environments that, as a minimum, have or enable a variety of homes that meet the needs in terms of type, price, and location of different households. So the point I want to make about that is that it is not appropriate to say, well, brownfields and greenfield zoning on the flat in Mosgiel, in the existing urban environment, is a means to provide the variety that would otherwise be part of the demand framework for housing in the outer suburbs. And that's, if Gladstone's zone land was to be rezoned, that would qualify as outer suburbs in terms of its location, even though it falls between Mosgiel and Dunedin. So my point to you is, it's not appropriate to say, well, we might be constrained in the outer suburbs, but don't worry, you've got capacity in Mosgiel, so that'll take up the slack. That's not what Policy 1 of the NPSUD requires. You have to provide at least sufficient housing capacity in all of the areas where that meet the needs of different locations, type and price. And what Gladstone says is that the elevated northwest facing slopes of Chain Hills is a completely different variety of housing type and style and price than what you will find through urban intensification in Mosgiel. So we're not playing in the same playing field, if you like. Now, I want to address briefly Mr. Garbutt's submissions where he was critical of paragraph 15 of my original submissions. Now, if we go back to paragraph 15 of my original submissions, I was making the point that you don't need to worry about the infrastructure constraints that currently exist at Chain Hills, because that's an issue to be addressed through a subsequent process. And Mr. Garbutt's submissions, well, no, hang on, that can't be right, because what the NPS requires in clause 3.12 is that to identify broad locations of development which will be provided. So Mr. Garbutt emphasises the words will be provided in clause 3.12 of the NPSUD, as if to say, well, we need to be satisfied that it can be provided in order to know that it will be provided in order to put it in the FDS. My submission to you is that that's not right. And we can be clear about that when you look at what the NPSUD says about the functions of an FDS. So, if we go to my paragraph 4 of the supplementary submissions, clause 3.17 of the NPSUD entails what the effect of an FDS is. It says every Tier 1 and Tier 2 local authority, so Tier 2 is you, must have regard to the FDS when preparing or changing RMA documents, and is strongly encouraged to use the FDS to inform long-term plans and strategies those expressions can be compared to what the Act requires of an NPS or an RPS, which a district plan must give effect to. So you can see the difference in the language between have regard to and must give effect to. So the NPS's directions about the FDS are much less directive. The FDS is not binding in the sense of placing some sort of rezoning obligation on land identified as future urban development in an FDS. Have regard to requires the decision maker to give genuine attention and thought to the matter. Having regard to the FDS does not mean that all land identified for urban development in the FDS will be provided with an urban zone. It is a signal that the land may be a suitable candidate. Under clause 3.18 of the NPSUD, DCC must prepare an implementation plan for the FDS. The content of that implementation plan is not defined, nor does it have the status of an FDS itself under 3.17. And what we take from that is the implementation plan for an FDS is itself not enforceable. So my submission to you is that the FDS's role is to identify land that would contribute positively to a well-functioning urban environment. The FDS's purpose as a strategy document is not to provide complete certainty that an area will be developed, but to form a strategy in which areas can be developed to allow the DCC to meet their obligations under the NPSUD. It is always legally open to the city to find that other identified areas have a higher urban development priority at any point in time when exercising its other statutory functions such as long-term plans, annual plans and plan change functions. So what I'm trying to tease out from the text of the NPSUD itself is that you are not committing through the FDS process either the DCC or the ORC to do anything. You are indicating where future urban development may be appropriate, and that then falls to a future process in which that then becomes further evaluated through the statutory process such as an RPS or the district plan or regional planning documents. So what I don't want you to do is to become too distracted by arguments all about how much will it cost to supply water to this place, how's traffic going to be resolved, how's stormwater going to be resolved. All of those things fall for evaluation at the next stage. You're simply applying policy 1 of the NPSUD and saying to yourself, is this an appropriate direction for the urban development of the region to achieve what your obligations are under the NPS? That's all I have to say.
I think we'll take any questions on those legal matters before we turn to the evidence of Ms. Peters. So, Kate, any legal questions?
I'm still getting my head around this because it's an interesting one that just teasing this out, and this is an issue right throughout the days of hearings we've got us. What you're very clearly saying is, including other submitters that you've been representing, even if it gets into the FDS, it cannot be argued just because you're in the FDS that when it comes to doing an infrastructure strategy or an implementation plan, that the council has to consider those potentially to be have services put to them.
No, it has to consider whether it's not obliged. Yeah, sorry, Kate. It does have to consider whether it provides services to the identified areas of land, but it's perfectly open to the councils to say, actually, having now inquired into the detail of it and relative to other priorities that exist in terms of urban growth in the city, we're not going to, in the next round of the LTP, to do that. And if the council decided that, that's perfectly legitimate. That's not an error.
Thanks. I'm just considering that answer because as it relates to the question that I was going to ask, which was when you said that if an area gets identified with an FDS, it doesn't oblige anything, but then the next step is it would be a request for a zone change and that such thing. How do we do with situations where we know that that has already occurred? And should we be putting an FDS mapping on that is inconsistent with what's happened at the plan change level? And I think your answer is going to go, we could anyway. But
Well, yes, that's one answer. But you see, and this is where I kind of started with my little monologue at the beginning, the evaluation that has occurred in relation to the appeal sites is against the existing 2GP policy framework. The purpose of an FDS is to identify where future plan changes may be appropriate. We might be operating under an entirely different policy framework when that comes to pass. So it's wrong to evaluate the potential for a future plan change against a policy framework that exists now. We don't know what that policy framework will be when the future plan changes come to be evaluated.
it's true that we don't know what that policies can change, but we it's things like we can assume that we'll stay driving on the left-hand side of the road is fairly obvious. In other words, some things are more likely to change than others, and I want to get back to specifically the potable water and the infrastructure constraints that are currently in that area. There are, to my mind, two. One is a volume constraint, and that is that the Southern Water Plant's pipe to that reservoir that serves Mosgiel was only ever an emergency pipe, and there's been a supply constraint since bores were turned off after Havelock North. But the other constraint is a height constraint, and that, my understanding is that's set by that reservoir. So during variation 2, the Three Waters position was that they don't support pumping above that line. Now that's a policy statement which you say probably could change in the future, but a bit like driving on the left-hand side of the road, we don't have any pumping stations, or very few pumping stations for drinking water, and we rely entirely on gravity feeding for that, so that's a pretty strong policy. Do we ignore that? Well, I wouldn't say it's minor.
I introduce Mr. Rennie Logan, who is the Gladstone family trustee and who happens to be a civil engineer and is the one doing the actual development that's already been consented on the site.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner, at the moment, Gladstone Heights is extending up the hill with a constraint of supply of water caused by indirectly the North Island bore problem and the turning off of the wells. Now, back in 2015, we had a resource consent to supply water to the top of my development, stage 5. We've completed 1 to 3. We go to do 4 and 5 and we find out the council can't supply that water anymore. I've got to put in pumps. So I'm going through that process now, and we can do that, and we've been in consultation with officers, and we're doing very well. In addition to that, we have a private developer agreement to extend up to the contour that Councillor Malley's referring to, and in that design I'm augmenting the pumps of stages 4 and 5 to cater for that. I can therefore supply water to the contour that I'm proposing in this area. The second point is the volume, and I'm putting in reservoirs to cater for stages 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 right up the top. I can make those slightly larger to provide the volume that's needed for all the other developments, LDR, in that area. So I do say we can do this. For me to not have to put the reservoirs in, council would have to increase their pumping over Mount Grand by a bucket full every 4 seconds. Okay? So it's not a lot, and I understand that there is work in process augmenting those pumps anyway, and future strategy, all that, in 30 years or 10 years out, it would seem to me they're going to have to do it again. But I believe it is quite possible to provide the water at volume and elevation, whether it be infrastructure I have to provide or infrastructure that council provides. Thank you.
So
that actually didn't answer my question though, because the policy position was that they don't want the contractor to be providing that particular infrastructure. And I guess we might be running into near the appeal, so I don't want to get too far into it. But that's not a minor thing, because that for the council then to change the altitude to which it's going to supply water would be a major change for infrastructure provision.
Well, I guess the thing that I want you to take away from what Rennie's just told you is that trying to decide these things in this forum now is the wrong way to approach the issue. There may well be solutions to all of these things which are beyond the ken of anybody in this room, that in 5 years' time the whole world's changed and we go, well, you know what, actually it makes real sense to have houses on elevated northwest facing land for other reasons. So I think going down the rabbit hole of saying, well, where's the infrastructure, how much is it going to cost, is it economic to do that, is that in accordance with current policy, is the wrong way to approach the task of drafting an FDS. And that's why I drew attention to clause 3.14 of the NPSUD and what I said at the start. What is missing from the things that have to inform your decision is what the existing district plan says. So you are informing future planning processes. You are not responding to populating an existing planning process. And I think that the preoccupation and the recommendations from the recommending report with, well, this land has been already evaluated under variation 2, is just getting the context of the FDS process entirely wrong. All you're doing is applying policy 1 of the NPSUD to answer the question, what does a well-functioning urban environment look like? Would this assist in that process? Does it provide does it assist to provide the variety of urban development capacity that you're obliged to do? And our submission too is that you can be satisfied that yes, there are constraints. There are constraints around servicing, geotech, water runoff, all of those things. We think we've got solutions to all that, but you don't have to decide that. That's not the function of this exercise.
Okay, so I didn't actually want to get down the rabbit hole of the engineering. What I was asking was the principal relationship between the FDS and current council policies in terms of administering infrastructure. And I guess my take on the FDS is making sure that our infrastructure is aligned with our city planning. And I'm basically asking for the legal opinion, to which extent do we then deviate away from what we believe our infrastructure delivery capacity is and the way we do deliver our infrastructure, to go to an environment where we say, oh, well, we're just unfitted with our technology because technology could change in 5 years' time.
Would it help that the what Mr. Logan was discussing was actually the existing urban environment? So where he's talking about the pumps and the reservoirs, that's to service the existing zoned.
Yeah, but what was missing wasn't the pump. It's actually a bigger pipe coming across is going to be what's going to be brought across. And there are pumps inside the main system, but there is not pumps at near the end of distribution normally. And it's specifically avoided by Three Waters as an activity. And I guess what I'm saying is, with 3 years away between the next interim FDS or 6 years away to the next FDS, surely we need to be considering technology and policy changes that are in the 6 to 10 year cycle rather than the 20 to 30 year cycle.
But I think that there's already investigations. I mean, you're the chair of the infrastructure committee, so I'm sure you'll have some understanding, but there's investigations going underway because of those summer supply constraints in terms of the pipe, and I imagine that council will be looking at metering as well. But yeah, so there will be investigations going on in terms of the pipe and also the reservoirs, the size of the reservoirs and the location of reservoirs. So I know they've been looking at some locations for different reservoirs. And that's
can we get from Three Waters that whatever that activity is, a description from them as to what they are doing for the servicing of Mosgiel area with potable water? Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. You've made me think about what our purpose is and why we're sitting here, and what our functions are when it comes to the development of the FDS. And I'm just letting that rattle around in my head at the moment, but are you saying we don't need to consider infrastructure at all? All we're doing here is a spatial plan that says this location may be suitable for a type of housing in the future?
Well, the scheme of this process is that the FDS informs future infrastructure decision making and through the LTP. What I'm concerned about is that you're tipping it on its head. You're allowing existing infrastructure constraints and financial constraints around extending that infrastructure to drive what additional urban land is being developed. I'm saying that's cart before the horse. It may be that as a local authority, either council in its subsequent steps say, do you know what, doing this isn't affordable by the community, we're not going to do it. And that's fine, that's a decision that you can make, but that's not how the FDS works. The FDS starts with where's our urban environment going to be, and then that drives strategic planning around infrastructure provision. So my message is to you, you don't start with the infrastructure and say, well, where can we, where can't we serve, then let's form our urban environments about that. That's the wrong way around.
It requires a supplementary, I think. You use the language not requiring complete certainty when it comes to drawing a circle on a map of where housing will happen. But what, say, from the infrastructure side, that the information that comes to us as decision makers says we'll never put infrastructure at that location, in which case I'm wondering, why do we even draw a circle on the map?
Well, that's a symptom of the same problem. The infrastructure planning is driven by where the council decides urban development contributes to well-functioning urban environments. That's policy one. It does, and there's nothing in policy one that says that it has to be driven by where infrastructure is already planned for or is contemplated. That tells you that it's the urban environment comes first and the infrastructure comes second. That doesn't commit the council to provide that infrastructure. There are other processes where the council gets to decide what infrastructure goes where, but that's not your job.
Thank you, and I'm like Hawani, I'm kind of mulling over what you've said, and further to what that line of questioning. So what you're saying is that any infrastructure that council has priority for is irrelevant to this process, and even what I'm thinking is, even if we already know that there's a huge long list of priority infrastructure that would, regardless of any future development, that needs to be addressed first. I mean, let's talk about Bar Street and those kind of things, which is irrelevant to any future development. So the likelihood of getting to some areas is more than 10 years, might even be more than 30 years. That's irrelevant to this process,
Yeah, well, that's my submission to you. How development is sequenced and in relation to what infrastructure is to serve it, that is a subsequent planning process that is driven out of the FDS. It's not the process that drives what's in the FDS.
Just to add to that, I think that if land is included, then it provides for other mechanisms and investigations, so that interested parties can get down to the detail of what the constraints are, and is there other funding mechanisms. For example, there's the regional growth, provincial growth fund, and developers might be willing to fix a certain issue so that they can develop an area and that kind of thing. But that's why the infrastructure question comes after the indication that this is a potential area.
Don't want to lock horns with you, Phil, but I've just in front of me got page 16 of the proposal, not the strategy, but the proposal, and it talks about ensuring that Three Waters infrastructure can service growth, but also reduce its impact on the environment. And then it down in the middle paragraphs, it's got prioritising upgrades, and it talks about first priority being, maximising what we got in terms of infrastructure capacity. Second priority, implementing upgrades that will improve the infrastructure performance, etc. So my point is, to a certain degree, your argument, which I accept, but I look at what we're dealing with in terms of the public consultation process, what we've had out in the public arena, to me would tend to funnel our thinking into those priorities that, I'm really talking about Three Waters here, but the priorities listed there in terms of upgrades going forward. And I suppose your answer to this may be, well, we're talking brownfields rather than greenfields in this scenario. But I just sort of put it out there. I'm sure you'll have a response.
What it seems to me when you read the policy structure of the NPSUD itself and the functions of an FDS is that questions about funding and infrastructure development priorities don't feature in the FDS process as the NPSUD is currently drafted. I completely understand as a local authority in its corporate capacity, those things are extremely important to the city and the ORC. But in terms of a long-term 30-year horizon about where urban environments might contribute to the achievement of Policy 1 of the NPSUD, existing infrastructure constraints and availability simply doesn't feature. And neither does it in the list of things which inform what an FDS has to, or what goes to inform the FDS. So this is why I'm saying to you, figure out where well-functioning urban environments in this district ought to be. That then folds into infrastructure planning and design, and it may be that some of those sites never get to the top of the list because there are constraints that are resolvable. It may be that some sites, as Rennie's explained, are actually, with a little bit of examination and detail and creative financial structuring, perfectly able to be served. But you don't know that now. And so to put aside an area of land that would otherwise be suitable simply because you're not satisfied that infrastructure can be provided to it, puts the cart before the horse. That's a question you don't need to ask yourself, because that's for another day.
You are required to note the infrastructure constraints.
Yeah.
What other infrastructure is needed.
Yeah, that's perfectly fair. And that's where we went.
So, Mr. Page, very earlier on in your verbal submissions to us, you drew our attention to Table 18 of the HBA, or the HCA. So I just wasn't clear what you were saying. Is this Gladstone site, is that outer suburbs, or is that Mosgiel-Tyree in terms of Table 18?
Well, it's not currently part of any urban environment, so it's neither of those things. But my submission to you is that if that was to become part of the contemplated urban environment in the FDS, it would be classified as an outer suburb.
And this may be a question for Ms. Peters, but in terms of the area shown in red hatching on the original submission, what's the capacity yield of that? What's the housing capacity yield?
So that's dependent on the zoning that it goes to, and of course the zoning's dependent on infrastructure. So that particular site under the Variation 2 appeal has a number of different zonings from
Just give me a range. Is it X? What is it? Just give me, I want to get a rough.
I'll let Rennie's got the figures in
Low density residential, about 40. General residential, 15. Large lot residential, about 30. And 2 hill slopes. So that's the general proportion.
So that's 87 by my maths.
Yeah, so you add all those up, or are they alternative development scenarios?
No, that's what's currently in the variation to appeal kind of structure plan.
So hang on,
But
just,
of course
the
that's...
question, sorry, just pause. So the question was, do you add all those up, or are they alternative scenarios?
No,
So is
they're
it
all, that's all in this, so that's across the entire
40 plus
variation
30
too.
plus 15 plus
Yeah,
2.
correct.
Okay.
But of course, it changes if the infrastructure picture changes. So if the infrastructure picture changes in terms of some of the higher elevation for wastewater, so we're not talking about potable water because it's serviceable by potable water, it's the, if there's a particular wastewater constraint, and that would obviously there'd be a higher yield if
Yep. Okay.
if that changes.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. And Mr. Page, no further questions from me. Thank you. Yep.
When answering whether this would be Mosgiel or outer suburbs, would Kinmont estates would be similar? So what's it'd be quite good to get their status as whether they're Mosgiel or outer suburbs.
Sorry, I don't have the colour map in front of me showing what Kinmont is, whether it's yellow for outer suburbs or whether it's pink for Mosgiel. Somebody will know the answer to that, but I'm sorry, I don't.
The reason I'm saying is that's on the lower slopes of Saddle Hill, then you've got the motorway, and this is on the lower slopes of Chain Hills. Proximity to Mosgiel and...
Sorry, Councillor O'Malley, I don't know what you're referring to there.
Kinmont estates. It was about whether or not the activity here on Chain Hills tunnels is effectively part of Mosgiel or part of an outer suburb. And I'm just saying that half a kilometre away to the south, there is a development on the hills, which I would think would be analogous to what this would be like if it was built.
So I was just going to suggest the question might be better posed to the staff that know the detail of the housing capacity assessment and where the lines are drawing. All these are references to classifications under the housing capacity assessment rather than Mr. Page.
Mine was to supplement your question.
Well, whoever's question it was, it's not to me anymore, so I'm not worried about it.
Oh, I just remember Jim's question about different parts, this site, and which classification it would have under the housing capacity assessment was the question I was referring to.
No, I think that Mr. Page has adequately covered the matter, and I had no formal evidence put in. I can answer to anything that's within the submission or any other questions of a kind of planning nature that's relating to this.
Thank you. What I will do is leave with Jenny a copy of a decision that I referred to in my original submissions called Appealing Wanaka Incorporated, which is one of my losses, which was North Lake and Wanaka. It has a fascinating discussion about different flavours of ice cream and markets. It's kind of the precursor to the MPSUD in terms of the need to provide for variety. Oh, you have? All right. Well, you don't need a hard copy.
So, Ms Peterson, now we hear from you on terms of Outram Developments Limited.
So this is a site that is immediately adjacent to the rural centre of or township of Outram, and the location of the site can be seen in figure 1 of the submission. This is another variation to appeal site. I think that I'd like to start just again. This is paragraph 25 to 28 of the evidence. Just talks about that balancing of the priorities within the district plan in terms of providing well-functioning urban environments that have a compact city form, and but also the priorities around the resilience and growth of rural centres such as Outram, and that obviously there's a balance to be struck there, and that the FDS needs to reflect the priority of the district plan in terms of the resilience of the rural centres. There's no reticulated wastewater service for Outram, and so what that means is that there's no intensification opportunities for Outram. So the evidence talks at paragraph 42 about the demand of 3 recent subdivisions within the 3 most recent subdivisions within Outram, and obviously there's been high demand for those, and most of those are largely completed. And that demand is still, according to local real estate agents, and certainly the knowledge of Mr Doherty, who is a long-time resident of Outram, that demand is still there for people cannot find either sites to build on or houses to buy. There's always a limited supply on the market. The land surrounding Outram is obviously LUC1, but again we've got that approximately 3,000 hectares of LUC1 on the Torrey Plain, so this is a pretty infinitesimal portion of that. The 3 properties involved in this submission site are not used for any great rural productive use. They are essentially lifestyle blocks. There's 2 with existing residential units and 1 with a right to build, which I understand is in the process of being exercised. Sorry, just reading through my notes. The Hazard 2 flood overlay, there's detail at paragraphs 29 to 31 of the evidence, which details the contour levels and also provides information in terms of the DHD report and that synthetic flood level that's been discussed in relation to a number of sites on the Taieri already. And that shows that this site is flood-free in terms of those that modelling. And so the normal way that it's dealt with for those areas at Outram that are similar is that you just have to meet the building code in terms of height above the crown of the road being the minimum floor level. You can go higher. There's obviously the water supply constraint, but that I think is a relatively easy fix in terms of, in the meantime, in terms of that you can have a limited feed for over a 24-hour period to a tank, and then obviously the people can use what's that supply for that 24-hour period, and that's used in a number of rural centres around Dunedin. So Waititi is one that uses that. With respect to the reticulated wastewater, currently that's the determinant of the minimum site size within Outram. So is 1,000 square metres per site, per residential unit, and that's in order to provide sufficient land for the dispersal of treated wastewater to ground. And so the way that operates at the moment is that a resource consent it's dealt with through the building consent process and also the resource consent process from ORC. It's within the permitted criteria, accepting that there's a groundwater zone, and so that's the reason for the resource consent, which just requires reports from suitably qualified people showing that the particular design and dispersal field for that site are not going to cause any adverse effects, including cumulative adverse effects on groundwater. The feasibility of the stormwater, there was the recommending report said that there could be issues with the high table. They have the Outram Developments Limited, for another purpose, had investigated the soil types and feasibility of stormwater, and that report was just attached to show that there are solutions for that site, but obviously it would need further investigation. If included in the future development strategy, it would come later at the time of any acceptance for a district plan change. And I think that's about all I want to say on that at the moment.
Thank you. Andrew, start with you. Any questions? No? Jerry? Hermione?
No, I'm good, thanks.
Jim?
No, I think I'm good, thanks.
Good. Kate, any questions?
It's a chicken and egg one. Should the next infrastructure strategy decide to put reticulated waste services into Outram, would that virtually double from what you're saying, or even quadruple the potential development in Outram, because of that it wouldn't need to have septic tanks and service those areas?
So if there was a reticulated wastewater service to Outram tomorrow, it would mean that your intensification rules under Variation 2 could apply. So that permits, would mean that instead of being 1,000 square metres, you could have a residential unit per 400 square metres, or 2 duplexes on 1,000 square metres. So that intensification would provide for some additional housing capacity in Outram. There would be people that would take advantage, if there was a wastewater reticulated service, of the ability to be able to subdivide. Factors to take into account for that is that it's always had the wastewater on-site dispersal system, and so the location of houses within those 1,000 square metres may mean in some cases that it's not feasible without removing houses, and the cost of that, cost-benefit analysis of that in terms of getting more houses on. And obviously you'd have to go through a process
So, Ms. Peters, no questions for you, but B, just a very simple question. If you don't know it off the top of your head, can you just, staff, advise me which row of table 18 of the HCA this application or this submission falls within? It's either outer suburbs or Mosgiel Taieri, but I'm You can tell me which it is.
So on that point, I think it's very interesting that both the HCA, it's included with Mosgiel, but the FDS, it's included Ellington and Outram and Middlemarch are included. They're separate from Mosgiel. Mosgil's on its own. So there's different catchments going on. Because the HCA doesn't take into account that it's a rural centre and its priority under the district plan is a rural centre, there's very little guidance in terms of the data that is available out of that HCA for Outram.
Microphone. All right, thanks, Ms. Peters. I think that brings us to the conclusion of the submitters that you're representing. So thank you very much for coming in over the last few days and presenting your material to us. We appreciate it. So I think the next submitter on my list is Ben Farrell, representing the VIND submitters. Is that right?
Let's go.
So just a minute. Right, found you, right. It's just finding you in my big, huge 500-page PDF document, finding the original submission, so got that now. So good afternoon and welcome. James and Jenny Vind, is it, and Mr. Farrell. So we've read the original submission that you put in, so you don't need to reread that to us. And Mr. Farrell, just confirming you haven't submitted any planning evidence to date, is that correct? Or you? Okay. All right, so we welcome you here and we invite you to speak to the submission and highlight any key points for us that you want us to bear in mind in our deliberations.
Thank you, Commissioners. Today was really about showing in good faith, saying hello, introducing James and Jenny so that you're aware of their situation and just to present that sort of as a factual case. To outline, in terms of the submission, I just want to check, the version you've got, is that the automated version which does not show track changes, or is it the original submission which does show track changes in terms of the request of policy 2? I just noticed that the your PDF version might not have brought through the actual requested changes to policy 2. Yeah, and does it show strike-throughs and underlines? No, so probably won't make sense to you then in terms of the specific wording, but that's just a matter of detail that I thought I'd highlight. The original submission itself has a track change version of that policy by way of clarification.
So just in light of that, do you think we need to get that?
I think, yeah, for the record that, well, you need to be aware that what's reported in front of you or presented is not accurate.
So you say that's in the original submission, but it got lost when it was PDF, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is shown clearly, though, on the report that you're probably just looking for, pages 30-31 of the officer report and recommendations.
Right. Okay, that's good.
So you can look there for
Okay, no, helpful. That's helpful, thank you.
But not here to talk details, just really here to set up position. So James and Jenny, they own and operate the Dunedin Riding Academy, and I've just tabled up today an aerial photo, and also on the reverse side of that, just a map with the gold star of this great site. And and not too much to say apart from the obvious, what I think is obvious, and that's sort of set out in the submission, that apart from wastewater capacity, to me, the site just lends itself to urban growth. I won't get into the complications of the report to the officer's feedback that it's out of scope of the FDS because it's not urban. I'll leave that to you guys to worry about, other than suggest that I don't quite understand that comment, because this is about the future development strategy. Being existing urban or future urban is entirely in your hands. James and Jenny see this land as ideal for residential or urban development now or later. Totally aware of the infrastructure constraints. If there was an option to connect to the council infrastructure in terms of wastewater and contribute to the improvements of that, then that's an option they can consider. If there's no option for them to consider that, then they can't do it, and obviously forced into the rural residential options or whatever density type of subdivision they do will have to be contained on site. And the way I read the current FDS approach is that's for the next 30 years in terms of the current thinking until it's reviewed again. That's about it. From my point of view, assuming you've read the submission and really here to answer questions, and go from there.
All right, we'll see if we have questions for you, but before we do that, do Jenny or James, do you wish to say anything at this stage?
It's entirely up to you, Ken, if you want.
Not really at this stage, other than to say hello and introduce ourselves officially. It's a blessing to have the land that we do and to run and own and operate Dunedin Riding Academy. I do agree that it's an opportunity for subdivision in the future. And what we want to do is ultimately provide a solution to the housing issues there and to provide some land for that. But the future for Dunedin Riding Academy would then be secure, and potentially in the future as well, to have a one day, our vision is to have an elite Dunedin Riding Academy that's a centre of excellence in the South Island that can compete with anybody.
All right, thank you for that. I'll see if we have any questions for either of you. Kate, any questions?
The suggested wording, Mr. Farrell, if I wasn't just looking at the site but was looking at right round the centre of Dunedin, so you've got the urban area, it would then apply essentially to everything around the outside, wouldn't it?
The way it's written, yep. I guess the point of the wording, I'll hand over to the people that are writing or holding the pen, that the principle is please don't on the high level say that developments of an urban scale should be rejected just because they cannot connect to existing infrastructure. That's the principle of the relief being sought, and this is an example of that situation. That for drawing your attention to, it's hard to see, but you can zoom in if you've got electronic GIS, Sander Road there. This property that we're talking about has frontage on an urban road. That's Sander Road. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 residential sections opposite this property existing. There is existing services existing. Understand the capacities and the issues around the wastewater. Understand that's a big problem. What we're saying is, well, this is a logical place to put in some urban density, and there are alternative options. We could put something in on site. It's just not practical to do that yet, especially if council says it's not practical to connect to infrastructure. So allow us to think of an alternative option.
And having just heard from Mr. Vind, just checking, in my mind I may have picked something up wrong in the submission, I'm sorry, we've had quite a lot. Are you talking about the whole of site or just the frontage to Sander Road?
Well, the relief saw would capture a part of the site.
Yeah.
Sorry. The relief saw would capture part of the site. It would also capture the entire site, but the intent is some logical urban density development adjoining the existing urban road.
Okay, Jim, any questions?
It's in the officer's response, actually. I'm not sure who the CURT's directed to. In their response, it's appropriate that growth options that are not able to be serviced in the timeframe considered by the FDS are rejected for inclusion in the FDS. And I guess my question would be, based on our population and housing assessment, we've assessed already that the currently serviced areas that we are targeting for intensification are able to meet the growth needs of the city. So are we saying, in this response, are you saying that at the moment we wouldn't consider this in the FDS because in fact we believe we can achieve housing demand in that area of the city already? Is that?
Sorry, can I?
You don't have to give me.
No, I'm just wondering if you could just rephrase that or repeat that slightly. So in terms of our response, you're asking for, are we saying we wouldn't consider it in the FDS because we have sufficient capacity?
It's sitting in the office response now to say that, yeah, it's not appropriate to add it if it's not able to be serviced in the time frame considered in the FDS. So that would be sitting closer to the Three Waters expectation, which from my memory, when we did Kāinga Ora in this area, I think was in the 10 to 30 year span. And that must be related to our assessments on housing capacity as well, right? Yeah, so do we believe do we have housing capacity achieved in that area? And is it clear that there is no intention of Three Waters to do much in that area for the next 10 to 30 years? Thank you.
Hawani?
No, I'm fine, thanks.
Jerry?
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what your submission is. Your submission is the proposed change in wording that we can see in the office recommendation report, but also to identify your whole...
Oh, sorry, Cherry. Oh,
Right.
Yeah.
Identify your whole property as a future growth area. I'm just...
Yes, the whole area, and also in terms of the details of the submission, it's also suggesting, you know, the forming of Sander Road, the completion of that, and extending the public transport network so that buses don't stop 400 metres down the road. They actually do a loop road, connect with the park, because it just all makes sense as good urban growth to me.
Just a query around, in your original submission you talked about it, the property didn't have any special values, and I was just looking at the drone image, and that probably doesn't obviously cover the whole site. Are you able just to show us the balance of the site? Sorry. The Sander Street end coming back down the hill, so to speak, because predominantly
Yeah, it's typically flat, low grade. There's some heritage trees right at the entrance. There's some natural water courses, sort of critical source areas, which could be, you know, an opportunity for restoration, blue-green network extension, compatible with development. But no, apart from the wastewater, I didn't pick up any issues with developing it. And actually, just to talk to, or there was a point in the in the officer's report about affecting natural values, I can test that. I don't think there are any significant natural values that would be affected at all from developing this land appropriately.
And no further questions or clarification from me, but thanks very much for coming in and presenting to us and for answering our questions. We appreciate it.
And just to record, so I should have said it earlier, more than willing to work with council staff and council if there is opportunities to do so going forward.
Okay. All right. So our next submitter is scheduled for 3:30, was it? So that's Karen Anderson. So I'll just check with the panel. Panel, do you wish to have a short break now, or are you happy just to keep rocking on? I'm happy either way. Anyone want a break? Rocking on. All right, so our next submitter is Karen Anderson. She's appearing on Zoom.
Hi, Ms. Anderson. We're ready for you now if you're ready.
Hello, I am. I just need to set up screen sharing.
Thank you.
Right, is that visible to you now?
Yes, it is. Thank you very much for that. So good afternoon and welcome. Thanks for lodging your original submission, which we've read, so you don't need to read that out to us, but I see you have prepared a presentation for our benefit, so we're happy just for you to lead us through that, and then we'll see if we have any questions for you.
Sure, thank you. And just to let you know, when I'm in this mode, I can't actually see what you're looking at. So if you're sort of waving at me or anything, I won't see you, but I can hear you, obviously. So thank you very much. You can see my content sheet. Unfortunately, I need to start with a correction, which is that I used Rutherford Street in para 3.2 and 3.11. It ought to be Ruskin Terrace in both places, and I apologise for that. Now I'm just going to talk about Caversham, of course, from my submission. And particularly, there's nothing in the NPSUD that entertains KO and TAs designating suburbs social housing areas and intensifying them for that reason. So I appreciate renaming Area 8 to Kelton Hill, or that's been the recommendation, but that doesn't alter naming Caversham 19 times, 13 in relation to being developed as a social housing area by KO. And KO certainly intends to develop Caversham in that way, given it said so on the 27th of March. That's not changed by removing the phrase KO area where it appears once in the FDS. It's embedded in. And this is not just about classist attitudes, it's the intensification they justify, particularly now it is accepted KO has no appreciable presence in Caversham, so that justification doesn't exist. Of the intended or planned increases, Caversham is the second highest, which is a 31% increase, but it's an old suburb. It was intensified by design. If you just physically look at the suburb, it's your tiny sections, almost all infilled, to be contrasted with the other suburbs where there's been a capacity increase. Only Murray Street has a higher capacity increase. And now the Mosgiel divisions don't align with Stats New Zealand, so comparisons aren't possible in terms of sort of numbers, but just visually looking, the sections are comparably huge. Bush Street in Mosgiel is the same. And so is every other suburb, subject to far less intensification, including the ones that have not been targeted for intensification. So Caversham's intensification is disproportionate on top of a greater existing intensification. The only way to get that intensification or the planned intensification is up. Now, this is a very, very, very rough visualization of where you're going to put 314 additional dwellings. This is what it does to narrow streets. Now, we know that confinement increases heart rate, cortisol, and adrenaline. Put bluntly or crassly, unhealthy residents looking for a fight. It can't be mitigated by randomly inserting the houses, as the St. Clair example illustrates. Sunlight is the first thing that goes in those if you use that technique. Now, it's vital for far too many reasons to list. To shade simply means damp and all associated illnesses. Sunlight elevates mood and avoids a plethora of health conditions. All urban And so that's one of the reasons that all urban planning and medical literature research that I've been able to read accepts intensification creates disadvantage. Vertical colonisation, as would need to go into Caversham, limits the disadvantages to confined areas. But that's based on not sharing the disadvantages equally. And it has a term. It's called discrimination by postcode. The FDS makes absolutely no attempt to equitably distribute disadvantage. None at all. Now, there seems to be a rescue narrative around Caversham. I heard you being told Caversham is derelict, it's empty, even the word uninhabitable. Yet we do have demolition by neglect. The top left is replaced by 4 new builds, which bring their own problems, but that's fixed. That's 15 years of KO management. So we know what's coming in a KO area. A private organisation is allowing empty properties to deteriorate in the shopping area, but those isolated instances are not the suburb. There are just too many examples to show you. We would be here until Christmas. Sunny, warm, dry, well-maintained, mid to high spec, repurposed heritage. Most already exceed healthy homes, unlike KO or even the DCC, which have still not met that standard despite several extensions. There's a good range. The same can be said for the good range of, and I've just lost my place and I'm a bit nervous, so I need my notes. I'm sorry. The same as a good range for owner-occupied, who can buy renovated or do up themselves. This on the left is the inside of a rental currently being listed as I speak. Probably better than city centre, but a far more affordable $180 less. This is a current sale with an unusually large section for Cavi. Good design with mid-high specs. Or you could have a much less affordable $180,000 more with your wooden kitchen in a hallway. There's heating and dehumidifiers out during summer. So I'm obviously making the point that Caversham compares extremely favourably. Commercial activity, which is another issue for the FDS, is continuous, and it has strengthened post-COVID. The lower line are all new opens, new businesses since COVID. Yes, many of our houses and what I've showed you is old, but that is only bad if it is poorly designed and poorly maintained. Caversham was designed by the very, very best. It's a heritage suburb, not an old suburb. This is the Mana Whenua archaeological layer. It sits right alongside almost 40 significant properties in Calderville alone. Heritage is really important for creating identity. Identity creates a Turonga Waiwai, a place to stand. That gives communities and individuals stabilities. Caversham, and there's Caversham doesn't need rescuing from gentrification, as was suggested. Gentrification was irrefutably disproven by the internationally acclaimed Caversham project. Eric Olson said it defied class, religion, and nationality as organising principles. And statistics, if we want to drill all of the way down, confirm it is the same today. Now, NZ Stats is only 2018, but I can't see that anything's changed around the suburb. Importantly, in Caversham, it was intentional, although other elements of Dunedin disagreed with the forebears or my forebears in the suburb. But it raises real questions about targeting the suburb that is holding fast to principles of occupational, educational, and ethnic diversity, especially when it is undeniably being treated differently. These are just a selection of things that have come through from the FDS or responses to other people's submissions. So we look at Area 11 has been dropped after objections. Caversham's intensification is a done deal with KO outside the FDS. Ensuring adequate landscaping, outdoor space, etc. I will show you next, completely disregarded. Lessening the impacts on one area, I've just shown you. It is undeniably disproportionately targeted. Green space, recognising the importance of that. The response to my submission was that the removal is deemed outside the FDS scope. Heritage. Now, I'm not picking on Highgate, but it currently has 4 heritage listed properties. That's Highgate, not the whole of Roslyn. And it is protected due to assumed potential. I approached the DCC because Caversham has 6, has much more, and was informed that greater protection for Caversham would require proof for every single property, approaching $20,000 to purchase the DCC documentation from DCC for Calderville alone. Calderville alone. It's being treated differently. The benefits are not obvious to me or to anybody else that I've spoken to either. This is a new build for KO. It shades itself. It's inaccessible by design. It is incredibly intimidating. It's the first we've had. One property already on the market ahead of occupation, displacing long-term community members. The new builds are churning. This one walled in Q Reserve by blocking off all outlook and created a really, really unpleasant dark alleyway once dark falls or from dusk onwards. Even the occupants no longer have a view or don't have a view. Walls on concrete around unremarkable, inaccessible design. 3 currently for sale or rent as I speak. Compared to developments by those who are invested in Caversham, and I am told by the builders that the neighbours took them morning tea as well. The strategy is intended to develop well-functioning environments. Caversham already has all the qualities identified as ideal, and I don't have time to list them all, but they're in the documents. No evidence has been provided to show how it is going to benefit from becoming a social housing area with or without, or this massively disproportionate intensification. So the residents weren't even told this was happening to them. So I refer you again to paragraph 3.9 in my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, and thank you for preparing that PowerPoint presentation and all the images in it. That's always useful. We'll see if we have any questions for you. Andrew, any questions? No? Cherry?
I just want to say thank you, Ms Anderson, along as the Chair said, for all those images in your detailed PowerPoint presentation. Thank you for that, but no questions.
Helani?
No questions.
Jim? And Kate? Well, look, it appears we don't have any questions for you. Now, you shouldn't be offended by that. That just means the information you put together is very clear and we understand it, so there's nothing that we need to clarify with. So that you should be pleased about that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
All right, so our last submitter for the day is Joan Round Turner. Wendy? It's the name withheld one.
Red means it's ready to
And
go.
just check with the panel, we've been emailed some images from Ms Round Turner. I just want to, if you check your emails, that should be sitting there. Right, so good afternoon and welcome. We're very happy that you've come in today. You were scheduled for yesterday, but obviously there's been a little mix-up, but that's fine. We're happy to hear from you now. And so if you just want to present your submission to us and highlight any key points for us. And we have received the images that you emailed to Wendy, so thank you very much for doing that. And I'll now hand over to you, and if you push the little button at the base of your microphone, then we'll be able to hear what you say.
All right, well, I'll start with hogweed. I live with my sister. I noticed this plant in her front yard, and typically what I did is just pull the seed heads off, 1 year seed, 7 years weed, on my way up and down the path. And then we dug up a plant and took it to the Botanic Gardens to get it identified, and they said, oh, it's hogweed. And so we did online research and discovered to our horror that it was phototoxic. In fact, in Canada, the US and the UK, it is a Class A toxic plant. I, quite by chance, discovered the New York Environment Department had a dedicated hogweed line, and I rang it and eventually talked to someone in the department. And when I told her that I used to pull the seed heads off, she was absolutely horrified. She said, but it's toxic, that plant, you mustn't touch it. If you find it in New York, you enter your coordinates and property and they will come and deal with it. Now, the thing about this plant is that when we first discovered it, there was quite an extensive area of it at the bottom of Benicia Street and Wycliffe Terrace and Port Chalmers. And it had obviously been there a while, and it was a good 6 foot tall, if not taller, because it had repeated summer growths. Now, you will see by the images that I've sent that most of those plants there have seed heads that aren't much older than a month old, and yet some of them are really quite tall. This is a plant that is determined to survive and spread. It's part of the parsnip family, and if you dig it up, it's got a parsnip-like root, but it's very forked and goes quite deeply. So it's pretty difficult to dig up and get rid of that way. Now, 1 year's seed, 7 years weed. With hogweed, it could be up to 15 years seed. And they're flat seeds that are easily spread by wind or on clothing or animals or by water. And my sister and I both think that in Port Chalmers, and this is an observation, not a criticism, because it's not a listed toxic plant, it's been widely spread by the contractors. Because if you don't absolutely clean everything out of your equipment from an infected area moving to an uninfected area, I'm afraid you'll almost inevitably be taking seeds with you. I had a couple of sort of discoloured patches on my hand that I think was from the sap of the plant. And probably the only reason I didn't suffer too badly from it was that I normally wore gloves when I was gardening. But I was very horrified to discover just what it is about this plant. And there were horrifying stories online about people who'd worked in it in their bare legs in sunshine and been hospitalised with complications from it. Now, we rang the DCC, the regional council. We discovered that Delta was doing contracting work for the DCC. I went and visited them twice. I rung them. I want to tell you an apocryphal story at this point, very short. I was walking down a street in London where I lived for 18 years, and I could see these two guys with their head over the bonnet of a car and another one in the car. And the guys leaning over the bonnet said, "Right, try and start it now." And I could tell by the noise that was emanating from the car what the problem was. We'd had a succession of old cars. The rotary arm on the starter motor was stuck on horizontal. It was easily fixed. You just bounced the car up and down. Now, I thought, I better not touch the guy's car. So I told them what the problem was in passing. But by the time I got round the corner, I still hadn't heard the car start. Now, probably they towed it to a friend who would start it first off and say, "What are you wasting my time for? It's nothing wrong with it." And I'm telling this because I do realise that little grey-haired old ladies are not considered knowledgeable about anything much, and weeds in particular. But, and this is an observation, not a criticism, I think in the 2 years since we first noticed the hogweed plant at the bottom of Benicia and Wycliffe Terrace, and it's on the side, the same side as the bowling green, and there's sort of a waste area there. It has spread up Benicia Street both sides. It's in the property on the corner, it's in our property which is next, it's in the neighbour's property which is along further, and I noticed a big plant that tall in a property 57, I think it was, 47, further along. This plant spreads like nobody's business. Now, if you look at the photographs, you will notice that if you cut it down on a lawn, it can send up a flower head just that high. And you need to get your eye in to see it. And I tend to sort of whack them. But I think the only way to sort of cope with this now is to cut off the seed heads and then spray the plants while you can still see the plant. I would suggest that perhaps because of the experience with contractors, I mean, they're under pressure, they've got a job to do, they want to do it as quickly as possible. I was on my bus, way down to a bus one day, and saw a contractor cutting one of the grass verges just off Wycliffe Terrace, and the cuttings were all over the footpath and all over the road. Now, he was not wearing protective eye gear,
so,
which
Mrs.
you
Roundtree,
must
sorry
do.
if I interrupt you.
Mm-hmm.
I was just the sort of the detail you're discussing with us now about plant pest control, while it's of interest to us, it's not really relevant to the future development.
To the district plan?
No, the future development strategy. We're not dealing with the district plan per se. But what I suggest we could do is we could ask the staff to put you in contact with the relevant staff within the City Council who do deal with these detailed plant pest matters. regional council here, is it?
I will take it up.
All right. Well, the important thing is that it didn't get dealt with because it wasn't listed.
Yes. So
the regional council didn't have it listed. The DCC didn't have it listed. I went to DOC. They put me on to MPI. They have got it listed, but they don't have a description of it. And it's very important that it be said that it's phytophototoxic and shouldn't be handled.
Yep, should understand that. That's not a matter that we can address, though, at this hearing panel, but we will put you in touch with some staff in the regional council who could maybe talk with you about that further.
Yeah, well, the public need educating about this because almost nobody knows about it. And it's very widespread now in Port Chalmers.
Yep.
Very widespread.
All right, no, that's good. So apart from that plant pest issue, is there anything else that you wanted to draw to our attention at this stage?
Oh, not about hogweed. I had another submission about housing. I had lived in a council estate in London. I wasn't actually living in one of the council properties, but it was quite a major estate, like there were 16 doors, 2 floors just in the area I lived in. I lived in a privately owned flat, but you tend to mix a lot with the council people, and if they've got mice and any other pests, you tend to have them too. So I was very interested to learn about how the DCC manages its housing stock, because I have to say, given what I understood happens in council boroughs in London, I can't quite figure out just where this is coming from. If you imagine you need to go and find a new property, you go to an agent, you fill in a form, you get a letter saying, yes, you're on the list now, and then you wait an unpredictable amount of time, and then they can show you up to 3 houses. I have no idea how they're chosen, but if you refuse 3 times, you go to the bottom of the list. Now, in London, what happens is if you apply, the council has a website where it advertises what properties are available. And you can make a choice from what is available and go in for a ballot, and you can be balloted to see whether you might be successful or not. Now, in a smaller situation such as we have in Dunedin, I imagine more personal choice might be involved by staff, but from what I can gather talking to staff, no one staff member has a complete overview of all of the properties that are available at any one time. I sort of said, well, you know, do you discuss it? And got a bit of a non-committal reply. The other thing I found talking to one of the managers was that the police sometimes refer people to the DCC housing because it's come to their attention somebody needs an emergency house. Now, I imagine they would also appreciate being able to go to a website and see what was available without having to tell someone all the details of the person they might be dealing with. There will be areas perhaps in the city that this particular person may not wish to live in because of people that they know there. There may be other areas in the city they do wish to live in because they have a support network there. I would like to see the Dunedin Council. Now, I must say I've talked widely to a lot of groups about particularly people in disability, and they tell me this is a fairly widespread situation in New Zealand. This is how things are managed. And I would like to challenge the DCC and the Regional Council to be leaders in New Zealand and try a different method. Housing is extremely important to the individual. I think more openness and more choice would be of great advantage. I don't know how the poor staff in housing cope, but I imagine they could be quite beleaguered by people ringing up and wondering what is going on, where their application is, what's happening to it, is it being advanced, what properties are available, because none of this is readily available anywhere. Now, in the council estate I lived in London, once you registered, you got an access number which you used to then access the website and view what properties were available, and then you could make an application and you went into a ballot. Now, I would like to recommend that as something that is done here. I think more openness would be of great advantage to the DCC staff. They would be better protected from criticism and also from any sort of harassment by people who just quite legitimately wonder what is going on and when something might happen. So I'd be interested in any feedback on this.
Well, thank you for that. Again, you're probably not going to like what I say next, but that's also not an issue that we could deal directly with in terms of what we're charged to do. But we can pass on your concerns, and I'm sure the staff will do that to the relevant people within the City Council. And you say you've already liaised with some of them, but there might be someone else that we could get you in touch with.
Yeah, I haven't talked widely within the council, but I have talked quite widely with Age Concern, people doing research into disabilities, and they all tell the same story, that particularly if you're elderly and let alone have a disability as well, you're very disadvantaged when it comes to doing anything.
Right, no, that's understood. Look, I'll just see if we have any questions for you, Andrew.
I'll make a brief comment about hogweed. As you say, it's not listed in the Otago Regional Council's pest plan, but it appears on a list called the pests under observation or watch list, I think it is. So it's sort of on the horizon, but it's really valuable you sharing the information that you have. Okay, so thank you for that.
Jerry.
I was going to suggest, in terms of what you've just talked to us about housing, is whether you might want to submit to the DCC's draft annual plan, which is open for submissions till the end of the month. And in particular, we're interested in issues with housing, so that might be something you might want to submit to. Thank you.
No, fine, thanks. Thanks very much.
Just really agree with Councillor Lucas. That'll be the best place to land what you just presented us, and thank you very much for that.
And, yeah, Kate. Any questions? No. All right, so what we'll do is we'll get our hearing administrator to send you some information on how you can make a submission on the council's annual plan, which the two councillors have suggested you might like to do. But apart from that, thanks very much for coming in this afternoon. We appreciate that. Thank you. Right, so now we are adjourned for the day, and we reconvene tomorrow morning at 9:30, where we hear from Ngai Tahu, to be followed at 1:30 by the officer's report. Back to us. Okay.
We have a local advisory group meeting for the hospital rebuild tomorrow at 1.
Right.
Might be a good idea if I was there. That's 1 to 2:30. But if we get our lunch differently, maybe I could go during what would be my lunch.
Okay.
What do the staff? Sorry, what time?